Good morning. I don't know who's in the chat, but I am jumping in to get us kicked off with Karen Reed today. So today's gonna be different. Good morning, skin. Today's gonna be different. All right, because now it seems like we're covering Diddy. So good morning, Robin. Make sure you everybody hit that like button. Make sure you hit the subscribe button if you haven't done so already. So what'll be happening is today we are going to watch Karen Reed, and whenever the Diddy trial goes to lunch, we will hop over there and get caught up with the live transcript tweets that kind of come out. What I found out yesterday too is that not everything is being transcribed, so there is some stuff that we miss, but it does provide us some insight into what is kind of going on with the Diddy trial. So very, very, very good morning, Kim. I missed you. I don't know how I skipped over your comment. So it's very, very interesting to see. Now, yesterday's testimony was, it was interesting, right? Cassie's a star. She's a star in her own, right? She's a musical artist. She's a music artist. She's an entertainer, and so just her own popularity, and then with the video that had released a little while back, her being on the stand was definitely going to be a hot topic. Hey, Miss DB, but it's still very interesting for us to listen to. I'm sorry, still very interesting. It's still very important for us to listen to the type of testimony that she gives and what information they pull out of her, because her abuse and the violence that she suffered isn't what Diddy is on trial for. He is on trial for a RICO. He's got 2 counts of trafficking, and he's got 2 counts of paying for travel for prostitution, which he's looking to 50. He's looking to 15 years. He's looking at 15 years to life in jail for the charges that he had. One interesting thing that we kind of talked about in our group chat yesterday was the RICO itself, and how the act of how Cassie's the crimes that he committed against Cassie, right? Because he definitely committed crimes. The statute of limitation has definitely has ran out on them, and it could be the government's strategy to try and make the jury hate Diddy before they start proving the elements of their case. 2, just kind of go through overt acts to establish a pattern of bad behavior. Or 3, draw people in. So I will be very interested in seeing how today's testimony play out. Cassie is expected to be on the stand for a few days, so we'll see what happens. I've been fighting for my life, and people comment, skin. You cannot save the world. You cannot save the world. I had to learn that myself, because people will try and tussle real bad. They'll tussle real hard in those comments. You can't save the world. You gotta let them stay where they are, because folks don't know. Folks don't know. And when you try to explain it to them, they don't want to know. They really don't want to know. So, yeah. Kim said she learned that during the YSL trial. I had to learn it. I had to learn it when I posted the last Melly video. I had to learn it, because the way they came for my neck, I say nope. I gotta stay out the comments. But it's hard to stay out of them as well, because it's like I want to engage with the people who are engaging with me. Good morning, LaRon. I want to engage with the people who are engaging with me, and so it makes it difficult when I have to go through them and see the comments, and I'm like, oh my God, you're so wrong. This is not what this is saying, or that is not what happened. But child, I'm gonna keep my edges. I like my edges. They fool. I'm gonna keep my edges, because if I don't make this conscious decision, I will be dragged by them down, up and down, every internet social media street. So kind of the little lesson I learned. So yeah, so whenever I'm expecting, I don't know what time the Diddy trial went to lunch or they generally go to lunch, but I am going to we're gonna head over to Inner City Press and I'll just get us kind of as queued up as I can. Let me see. Huh? All right, my son calling me. He act like he really know what time it is. All right, make sure that if you are here, make sure you hit that like button. Make sure that you subscribe. It is absolutely free. If you want to become a member of the Taylor Gang, make sure you get you a membership. I believe they are, I want to say $1.99 or $2.99 or something like that. Get you a membership. Like, share, all the things, comment, stay active, folks. I will jump down in the comments. I got to get the folks on the bus. So I will see y'all in a little bit.
Now open, you may be seated.
All right, so Mr. Clerk, you say counsel wants to see me?
They did, Your Honor.
Okay, why don't I see counsel at sidebar? Jim.
Commonwealth seeks to introduce 2 clips.
Okay.
First clip the Commonwealth would seek to introduce and show the jury is clip 20.
There's any window here that you guys have really been going at it. This was sort of had like a last date element to it. Was that going on?
That was not going on. John made it clear to me, I'm never breaking up with you. You know, not never that we're in this good or bad, but you're the best person I've ever.
The Commonwealth would ask to show clip 19.
I don't think, I don't see how John would have known about my text with Brian. And I'm not sure if he knew, he would have reacted very strongly. I think we would have broken up, but I don't think John would have lost it and caused a fight. I didn't feel like John's emotions with me got really strong.
Thank you.
Sure. All right, Ms. McLaughlin, who is your next witness?
Your Honor, our next witness is a juvenile by the name of Miss Kaylee Furbush.
Latan is live from Dedham Max for the Karen Reed trial.
We'll be on location talking Karen Reed with a live studio audience.
Closing argument.
Directed by probation. You're not to go to any Walmart store in the state of Michigan. I'll set a review hearing that's to be held on September 10th, 2025 at 9 a.m. I'll order 90 days in jail. Credit 3, balance is suspended. Thank you. Court does call the case, People versus Frederick Warden. Oh.
Good morning, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Perry on behalf of Mr. Warden. Warden, please unmute and state your name for the record.
Frederick James Worden, II.
Your Honor, today's date time set for sentencing. Mr. Warden still needs to complete his Von Schwartz assessment. I do ask that you adopt probation's recommendation. He does have.
Why didn't he do it?
I would defer to Mr. Warden. He did tell me this morning that he has the packet that he needs to fill out prior to doing the assessment. When do you think you're gonna have that finished, Mr. Warden?
I didn't know how to, I don't have a good excuse. I didn't know how to do the money order thing that I'm supposed to send with it, but I have my daughter helping me with it and I can have it done by today. I do have it, know how long it takes to ship it through the mail, all that stuff, but I do have it completed and I just have to send it in the money order. So I mean,
We refer to defendant to Von Schwartz for an alcohol screening and assessment. He's to pay a $75 re-referral fee. He's to pay that today to the court. I'll adjourn his sentencing to June 11, 2025, 9 a.m. That sentencing will be in person. All right. Thank you.
Your Honor.
Court calls the case, People versus Jessica Duff.
Your Honor, Dan Garrett on behalf of Jessica Duff stepping forward.
Jessica Duff.
Thank
Your
you.
Honor.
Your Honor, we've reviewed the pre-sentence report. It is accurate. I'm asking Your Honor to follow the recommendation. Of note, financially, my client paid the restitution entirely today, has brought cash to make sure the victim's made whole on that, as well as her fines and costs. I want to point out how proud I am. Ms. Duff has proactively completed her Dawn Farm program, and she's been on the scram now, I think, almost 6 months without one violation. Tribute to her sobriety and her commitment to doing what the court asked her to do.
Yeah, Teresa Claire on behalf of probation. Your Honor, the victim, Amy Hudson, is present. She'd like to make the statement.
All right. Go ahead and just have it.
Good morning.
State your name, please.
My name is Amy Hudson, AMEE. Last name's Hudson, HUDSON.
All right, go ahead.
So on August 31st, you changed my life forever. You made the decision to get behind the wheel of a car drunk. You drove into the back of my car. I was sitting at a stoplight. Not only did you drive drunk, but you were speeding. I will never forget the sound that haunts me to this day. By throwing me around in the car like I weighed nothing after the pressure of your vehicle blew out the back tire sitting in the driver's seat, which broke, by the way, along with the seatbelt. The airbags burning into me and the pain. I honestly don't remember much about getting out of the car, except for the look on the passerby face. The driver's door was broken. It took both of us to get me out. He stood there with tears running down his face, telling me not to swallow due to the blood pouring from my mouth and face. From my nose and mouth, excuse me. The pain from my left side and hip was worse than pain I'd ever described, that I could not even realize I was bleeding, burned on my elbow. My left hand was completely damaged. I ended up going to the same hospital, to the same ER as you. You did not know it, but I was in line in front of you. As I cried in pain, I listened to you laughing and joking with the officers. Not once did you ask about the other driver or what you did or what was going on. There was no remorse. For nearly 7 weeks, I was on crutches. This did not include the 7 days beforehand that I was completely bedridden. I cannot drive past that street without shaking. If someone comes up behind me too fast at a stoplight, it's hard for me to even breathe at times. You did this to me. You made the choice to drive drunk. The permanent effects from this vehicle accident that I have to live with the rest of my life, just to state a few. I have permanent scars from the burns from the airbags. I will never get to feel what it feels like to put a ring on my buddy's ring finger again. It is damaged to be unfixed. I walk with a limp. I have permanent damage done to the side of my face, to the right side of my face. I have permanent damage done to the left side of my whole body that will never be able to be repaired. After grueling months of physical therapy, which I'm still going through, multiple surgeries, I will never get any of that time back. The only income that came out of this was that I learned one thing about the justice system, and that is that they're not always your friends. The victims are the ones that pay, and the criminals are the ones that are made to look like the heroes. I have fought every single day for my voice to be heard. I have fought every day for the insurance companies, for justice to be served as today, and for you to be sentenced for this. I am asking for the court to give you the highest recommendation can be, including having it be to where anytime you get into a vehicle, you have to blow. I'm also asking for the restitution, which does not even cover half of what I've lost or what I've had to pay for. It's only for what I could find the receipts for of the rental vehicles and for the towing, which is $2,700, I believe $40.21. Thank you.
Well, first of all, I have $2,720.80.
I did not have the amount in front of me.
Oh,
Is the reason why I was saying that. I did not have that. And that does not include, that's only the receipts I could find of the rental. It was I had a loaner vehicle. So that's what I was driving. So while the insurance companies were fighting, I had to rent a vehicle until he could get his money back. And then he proceeded to work on my vehicle. So but that was.
Are you telling me that there's additional restitution?
Yes, there is, but I'm not charging for that because I could not provide the receipts. I only had until May 7th. And unfortunately, one of the places that I rented the vehicles from closed their doors at the end of last year. So I was not able to get the original, the receipts for that one.
All right.
Thank you. Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to make a direct apology to Ms. Hudson.
May
May I turn and face her?
Okay.
Again, like a consensual threesome. And Combs would watch. We are telling you right now that he is physical, that he is a drug user, and I'm telling you he had a bit of a different sex life. Is that a federal crime? When you hear from the witnesses who testify here who will tell you they were victimized, and you ask yourself, what is their motive? For many of them, the answer is simple: money. We will not shy away from the things Mr. Combs did, but we will not own the things he did not do.
So that was a little sampling of what was shared with the jury during the all-important opening statements. Today is day number 3 of this case. It kicked off on Monday, and Cassie's testimony kicked off on Tuesday. She is expected to be on the witness stand for most of this week. She was not only Diddy's protege and artist, but became his girlfriend and was in a relationship with him for 10 years. Now she is married, has 2 daughters, and has another baby on the way. She is 8.5 months pregnant. She testified to horrific instances of abuse where she was forced to engage in sex with male escorts while Diddy would watch and masturbate to the events. She testified to regular beatings and said that the freak-offs he would make her engage in became so frequent that they became like a job to her, and that her body would hurt so badly afterwards, she would have to spend days recovering from them. Days. Think about that. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to hit a break. When we come back, we're going to go live together to New York. Our Kelly Craft is on the ground there. This is Court TV Live. We are your front row seat to justice. Welcome to our second hour of Court TV Live. I'm Julie Grant. Testimony has resumed officially in Massachusetts after a day off on Tuesday. We've got John O'Keefe's niece on the witness stand right now. So while she's there, let's take a look at the other cases we're tracking besides the case against Karen Reed. In Arizona, cult mom Lori Vallow-Daybell is going to be back in court today. She's got a pretrial hearings ahead of her attempted homicide case involving her niece's ex-husband, Brandon Boudreaux. He's the victim. Thankfully, he survived the attempt on his life. We will be in Arizona this afternoon for that hearing. In New York, we are on the ground as Cassie Ventura is set to retake the witness stand to testify against her longtime boyfriend, Sean Diddy Combs. We've got a live report for you coming up at the bottom of the hour. But first, we kick things off in Dedham. While we cannot show you the testimony of John O'Keefe's niece because she is a minor and there's a court order in place, we're looking at some of the key testimony that relates to her. So we know that this young lady, unfortunately, lost both her mother and her father at a very young age and was being raised by her uncle Johnny. Now, there were other women in her life that are mother figures to her. Back then at the time of this incident and still to this day. We talked earlier about Carrie Roberts being one of them. The other one is Jennifer McCabe. She is like a mother figure to this young lady. And she's also a key witness in the case. Why? Because Karen Reed made her a key witness. She called her in the wee hours of the morning and asked for her help in that blizzard to go find John. Let's take a look back at her testimony where she's talking about the moments where she called 911 and did chest compressions to try to save her friend.
You share with us that you were trying chest compressions. Before the chest compressions, did you make a phone call?
I called 911.
I'd like to move to introduce a copy of that 911 call.
Okay. Do you have something physically to, thank you.
Ms. McLaughlin does.
Thank you.
With,
45. Thank you.
with the court's permission, I'd like to play Exhibit 45.
Yes.
No, this is for yes, I'm someone from the third section. Third section will begin now. The Indian passed out in the snow. You can't hold on, because you can't really go. You can actually know, right? Yeah, I don't know why I did that. Yes, that's the line. I did keep going, like, we are in that area in 50, okay? I'm going to try to okay. I will. Where's the project? I will keep going to Karen. 911, what's your emergency? I need someone to talk immediately to start both Davies Road, Camden, Mass. What's going on? There's a guy unresponsive in the snow. In the snow? Yeah, so for the Alpha resident, yeah. I just pulled up and found it. Okay, 34 Fairview? 34 Fairview, Camden, Mass, yeah. Not the one that's on the border, where's your emergency? I don't know. Hello? Yes, I'm sorry, can you come to 34 Fairview Road in Camden? 34 Fairview? Yes, there's a man unresponsive in the snow. Okay, and what else? He's gonna get here, okay. What's going on, did they take it down? We just switched him over. Okay. And who's that in the background, is that someone related? That's his girlfriend, he's John O'Keefe. Okay, how old is he? John is 46 years old. 46, how long has he been outside? I don't know, I don't know. He got out of the car and I could have been out a couple of hours. Is he Jerry? Is he? I don't know the women. There are two women trying to use it could be body and then hysterical. Okay, can you just try to ask him? I know it's tough, but we're gonna get the side apartment going and then just get it. Okay. Is he breathing? It doesn't be breathing.
Okay, do they know how to do CPR? Do they want to attempt CPR?
Yes, he's got to do CPR. No, I guess he's going.
Okay, they don't feel comfortable doing so?
No, I think he's passed away.
Okay. All right, we're gonna fire department and the police department on the way. If everyone's declining CPR, then I'll hang up with you, and if anything changes, you can give us a call back. Where are you guys upset?
I'm afraid I'll find him. I know, Mom, I'm home with the injuries. I know, honey, I know. Terry, you gotta get off of me. Terry, you gotta get off of him.
You know if there's any alcohol or drugs involved?
He texted out,
They're not drinking.
Yes, like I'm talking hours ago, maybe. And I don't know.
Okay, is there any bleeding or anything? Maybe in his head up?
Yes, absolutely. I think he's bleeding in the face.
Okay, bleeding from the face. All right.
Yes.
And how big the pool of blood is, if there is any?
Something coming out of the note that one of the ones that is doing CPR.
Okay, one of them is doing CPR?
Yes, I'm working on him.
All right, if she wants CPR, and just let me, just give us a call back, and we become response, all right, but we're on the way.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. McCabe, describe your mental state when you were speaking to 911.
I guess the best way to describe it was I was in shock. My heart was racing. I was trying to be as helpful as I could and get the information to the most important information out as quick as I could to the 911 operators. But also the scene there with Karen and Kerry was a bit chaotic between the two of them. So I was just trying my best to be as calm as I could, to get help there as fast as I could, and to answer their questions the best that I could.
Before you told the 911 operator John O'Keefe's name and his age, you said there's a man in the snow. Do you know why you chose those words?
I think I just wanted to get out the most specific details. So a man in the snow versus, John O'Keefe and into a story. I think I just was get the details to them as fast as possible to get help there to him as fast as possible.
When you told the 911 operator that your friend John O'Keefe was the person lying in the snow, how did you know his age?
We used to joke because he was a couple months older than me. So I would, say, oh, well, you're older than me. It was a silly little thing between friends.
When you called the 911 operator, had Kerry and the defendant already been around or near John?
Yes.
Do you know if they had begun trying CPR before you called 911?
I'm not sure if they had, because Karen had straddled him and was lifted her shirt, was warming him up, and then Kerry was yelling at her to get off. And I think when Kerry got the blankets and was trying to put him under John, I think as she started to move him and wipe him, blood started to come out. And then Karen was afraid that he was going to choke on his blood and wanted to move him on his side. But then Kerry was yelling at her, we can't move him. And this was kind of all going on while I was talking to 911.
You described what you saw, and you said at some point he was bleeding from the face area. Was that before or after he was moved?
After.
Before he was moved, did you see any active bleeding?
No.
After you called 911, what do you do next?
I think I called my sister and she didn't answer. And then as I think I called her as I was walking over to John, and she didn't answer. And then I immediately got down on the ground, and Kerry Roberts asked me to take over.
How long did you try to help John for?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
How long were you and the defendant and Miss Roberts there before someone else arrived?
Police officer was the first to arrive. In the moments, it seemed like a long time, but I think it was fairly quick that they arrived.
Any point during the time when you tried to help Mr. O'Keefe and the first police officer arrived, at any point did you see any signs of life from Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
When the police officer first arrived, do you remember what happened next?
I remember it was very chaotic, but there was talk about a spotlight. And I remember, I think I got up and ran to kind of wave the, to get the police officer's attention so he could see where we were.
And then what happens?
The police officer, not sure specific, I do remember him asking about John. I think he said, is he a drug user? He was just asking some basic questions.
And what's the environment? What's going on around you?
Karen's just running around crazy, like just yelling, screaming, kind of like a ping pong.
What are you trying to do?
I was just trying to talk to the officer. I guess I just went into this like type of mode of, all right, I have to just talk to him, get the information out, figure out like how we can best help John and like what happened to him and try to save him ultimately.
And what happens next?
More officers begin to come, fire and EMT. So the scene becomes active with a lot of different presence. John, I think they lift John onto a board at one point. The officers are asking us questions. Karen's kind of coming over, talking to the questions, and then kind of just running away. And then she just runs back over. She's doing a lot of screaming, a lot of repetitive, is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Kerry, I think, Kerry's off kind of making phone calls, I believe, to John's family.
All right. And as I noted, Jennifer McCabe has been somewhat of a mother figure to John O'Keefe's niece and nephew. She's been a dear friend, a family friend for an awfully long time. And she was at the time of this incident, still continues to be today. Remember, these children have suffered immeasurable losses in their life, losing their mother, their father, and then their other father, their Uncle Johnny. What kind of weight will the jury give their testimony? John's niece is on the stand right now. Let's bring in our legal analyst this hour. He's a practicing criminal defense attorney and a former prosecutor. He's also been a professor too. Franz Borghardt is with us. Franz, let's talk about the kids who are now teenagers. What kind of weight do you think the jury is going to give their testimony?
So kids generally have credibility. That's not to say that they don't lie. It's not to say they don't make up things, but generally they have credibility. And by the way, these kids have and I say kids, these young folks have no reason to lie. Now, I know that there are some Karen Reed supporters that would probably disagree with me on that point, but I think that they're going to give them a lot of weight. But that also makes the defense cross-examination a landmine, because if they come across too aggressive with these kids, I think the jury will sympathize with the kids and alienate and be alienated from the defense. So, at the end of the day, this is not the nail in the coffin for the defense, but they just need to be very cautious and careful with these witnesses.
Right, Franz, I'm with you. I've been thinking a lot about it and how I wish we could have the benefit of seeing it in some way. I certainly appreciate that we need to protect these minor children. We would not broadcast their testimony. In fact, there's a court order in place that we can't. It would be great to see it, though. Of course, we want to see it to just understand the story, their perspective, the trauma they've been through. Tell me, Franz, if they don't offer anything that chips away at the defense theory, and let's say the testimony is more strictly focused on things that don't deal with the incident in question, how might you handle that if you're the defense lawyers?
Well, you don't have to cross-examine every single witnesses. There are times in a case where, in fact, if it doesn't hurt me, I'll just say thank you for being here, and we'll move on to the next witness. I suspect they won't do that, but you don't. Here's the thing: not everybody who is a witness for the Commonwealth is a villain. And if you try to make people who are not villains into villains, again, you're gonna alienate the jury, and you're gonna come across a way that is not beneficial to Karen Read. So, ultimately, if these aren't really witnesses that are gonna hurt, leave them alone. Now, I suspect what we will actually hear happens is any way the defense can use these witnesses to create contradictions with Jim McCabe or any other witness, that is the way to utilize them, right? Because contradictions is sometimes a pathway to reasonable doubt.
Right. Franz, amen. You're so right. How about we do this? Let's hit a quick break now. We'll talk some more on the other side. And we have a little bit more testimony from Jennifer McCabe. She's a key witness in this case because Karen Read made her one, waking her up in the wee hours of the morning. And she didn't have her cell phone. She had to get it from John's niece, who's on the stand right now. This is Court TV Live. We are your front row seat to justice.
Is Karen Read a killer girlfriend?
She's guilty.
Or the scapegoat in an elaborate cover-up?
Karen Read was brave.
Karen Read is accused of murdering her police officer boyfriend.
Defendant stated repeatedly, I hit it, I hit it. She may end up taking the stand. Her first trial ended with a hung jury. They haven't proven anything.
Will a jury finally agree on a verdict?
We know who did it.
The Karen Read murder retrial. Live coverage today on Court TV.
All right, y'all. Sorry about that. My team went to today. Like, oh, my team went so bad. So we are going to go ahead and jump over into the Diddy trial. We're gonna jump over into the Diddy trial. I'm gonna try and go live on TikTok too, because hopefully we don't get to anything explicit. But while trying to usher over some of our folks, or maybe not TikTok, forget them, because they tried to one-two me yesterday. Okay, so let's start. All rise, judge, whoever. We have a note from the juror about a scheduling accommodation. It's not on the docket. What about Miss Ventura's husband? He will be removed from the courtroom before a certain issue comes up. Good. Have the privacy screens been installed? They are being installed by the court tech staff. On the confirmed with counsel issue, I tend to agree with Miss Shapiro. Is Shapiro one of I want to say Shapiro is one of Diddy attorneys. So basically, what about confirmed about questions about privilege? So basically, they want to prevent the witnesses from speaking with their lawyers during their cross, unless it's something privileged. I'm concerned that during the break, there could be generalized discussions about testimony and might come up. We're going to try and avoid any privileged communications. During Mr. Phillips' testimony, I spoke with his lawyers. We anticipate these witnesses being on cross-examination for multiple days. We need to speak with them about security and transportation. Ms. Shapiro, Can you draft something on a piece of paper and instruction you would have to give me? The defense has the defense has sent us a zip file of text messages. We are reviewing them before raising it. I appreciate that. The defense has not shown us exhibits they may use in cross-examination of Ms. Ventura. We are worried this will continue. We are making several chains of text messages. They had these documents in their possession for 8 months before we got them. We are here. We were told there's half a day left on direct. Could you give them at lunch? Defense, our paralegal is printing them out. They should have turned over these exhibits to us on April 27th. We did have a schedule as you mark them. Why shouldn't you be required to turn them over? Rule 16 does not contemplate these carve-outs. We are not behind the 8 ball on this. We have complied with Rule 17. I would be surprised if the government only has another 3 hours with Ms. Ventura, but whatever. We don't think it's required, but we'll do it. Luckily, we have a sizable defense team, so we can do it. Ms. Comey, what do you want? We want their exhibits, not a trial by ambush. I want them now. I will find the cases. She said she want them now. I will find the cases, baby. I will find the cases. You don't have to put in a letter. You can just email me the cases and I'll take a look at them. Judge, we have a witness waiting in the back. Produce them before the cross-examination starts. You can email me cases during the trial. Let's get moving. Let's get Ms. Ventura back. Witness entering. Welcome back. All rise. You are still under oath. Proceed. May I approach the witness? You may. Ms. Ventura, I handed you 2 drives. What's on them? GX8. Messages and photos from my devices. Yesterday, you testified about Sean going armed to look for Suge Knight. Sean took guns with him, and he told you to ask the escorts if they were cops. I would begin by saying I was not a cop. Sean told you to do that? Yes. What happened when you fought back? I did that more earlier in the relationship. It would make him more violent, want to push me harder. Objection to the speculation. Overruled. How would Sean react if you fought back? Anger. I'm going to show you the LA Intercontinental Hallway again. Play from 143 to 146. Who enters? Sean. What's in his hand? He doesn't appear to have anything. Play to 159. Now, anything in his hand? My phone. How did he get it? Well, he took all of my stuff. Where does he end up? Sitting in the chair in the front of the window. What are you doing? I'm walking away from him. Now, who's in the video? Me and security. In this one, play from 531. Where did you go from the hotel? To my house. I took an Uber. Now, let's turn to text messages. Can you read page 4? Please call. I'm surrounded. Who sent that? From Sean. He was running around in a towel. I told him to put the robe on. Who sent these green messages? I did. I wrote Sean. Jewel's left. As long as you're quiet, you can stay. Peace. Who's Jewel's? Escort. What is Jewel's? Showing a photo. Is this Jewel's? Excuse me. Yes. B606 and 607 side by side. Class Cassie and big sunglasses. That's me. A selfie of me with a fat lip. When did you take it? In the Uber with one of my phones. So baby, so again, y'all, they are getting into the assault. You're getting into the assault of Cassie by Diddy. But again, that ain't what Diddy on trial for. He ain't on trial for that. So I have yet to see something from this testimony from today thus far that really says anything of substance as it relates to the charge. There is an escort there. That's kind of it. So still a little dry. This is why I wanted to pile up a little bit so we can have a full conversation headed up to a break, or get a full point across headed up to a break, because not very much is we're not really able to tell what's really going on over here. Okay. What did you write here? I said, please stay away from me. And what does he say? He says, I'm getting arrested. Was he? I don't think so. What did you write back? Plugging my phone in and going to bed. She's like, she's gonna leave him. I don't know if it's Jewels or Jules. I don't know how to pronounce the name, D Wood. But that is the escort. This kid said, he said he going to jail. Oh, okay. Feed him to the fishes, because at this point I'm finna plug my phone in and I'm finna go to bed. But he gaslighting her. I don't think he was arrested that day. He gaslighting her. He's trying to elicit some sympathy from her. So yeah. She say, yeah, that's what you're not gonna do. That's what you're not gonna do. So that's what's kind of going on in the Diddy trial as of right now. I'll see if I can get us a little something to watch in between time while we let that pile up. All right, we're gonna need that to do a little something. That guy is still doing his little pro se. So out here, I see a landlord tenant docket. Judge McBurney is still in his little Pope versus Marta civil suit. What else we got out here? I see a misdemeanor arraignment with Judge Jeffrey Middleton. Let me see who else is live. Who else we got live? Live. It's the people sitting in these Diddy chats just looking at the daggone outside of the court.
Maybe.
Good morning. This is the public defender Laura on behalf of Miss Evie. Say your name, please.
Amy Marie Avey.
You know, Miss Avey and I did not have a chance to speak prior to today. She's here for a show cause. I'd ask if you could provide to the court if and when you can pay some money on these cases.
I am on a fixed income. I get disability, $967 a month.
How much?
$967 a month. I've been put on disability for my breathing. I mean, I can do 50 a month, maybe, that's all I have. That would be honestly, I forgot all about these charges because I did the jail time. So I didn't think.
Maybe adjourn this out, let you fill out the ability to pay. Why don't we do that and let's see what we can do about this.
Sure.
All right. So I'll adjourn this to June 11th, 2025, 9 a.m. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Never fill out the paperwork and we'll take a look.
If you're your phone number, so we have it. And I'll get it.
Court does call the case of People versus Donald Foreman. Extend.
Yes.
Your name, sir?
Donald Foreman.
All right. You're here on a show cause for fines and costs. $610. You're obviously in custody right now. Do you have an out date at this point, or what are you in for?
The DV.
DV. Who's it before? Do you know?
Conky.
Okay, so you're okay. So when are you next scheduled to go to court?
It's supposed to be Friday.
Pardon?
It's supposed to be Friday.
This Friday?
Yeah.
And I know there's a lot of questions, but is that for a trial or a pre-trial or
Trial.
for a trial?
Bench trial.
I'm sorry?
Bench trial.
Bench trial on this Friday? All right. And that's the only thing that you have pending right now that's holding you? Let's do this then. I'm going to adjourn this matter to June 11th, 2025, 9 a.m. Let's figure out what happens with that, because right now you can't pay anything. Okay. All right. We'll do it that way. Thank you, sir. Are you represented on that other matter, sir? Are you represented by the public defender?
Yeah.
Okay.
Time served.
Pardon?
Time served.
Time served on this matter? You mean? Well, you've got fines and costs. You've already been sentenced on it, but this is for the fines and costs. So maybe what I'm gonna do is, Ms. Perrine, I'm gonna have the PD representative on this case so that you can, because what he has up there is gonna flip into that anyway.
Yeah, we'll track whatever happens there, and depending on how things proceed, get in touch with the court.
All right, real good. All right, thank you.
Remind me of the next date, I'm sorry.
June 11th.
Okay, thank you.
Take it, grab it. Court does call the case People versus James. Is it Breidenthal?
Public Defender Natalie Page versus Breidenthal, who may be trying to be in Zoom.
Breidenthal?
So you're today's the day and time for a show cause. My office was in contact with him and was able to leave voicemail to a number we had for him to get a further explanation for his failures to appear. I would request an adjournment of the show cause record.
Bench warrant will issue for defendant's failure to appear. Bond is set in the amount of $25,000. I'll give a 10% privilege on that. That warrant will issue immediately. Court calls the case People versus Brian Gerard. 4 cases.
Morning, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Perrine on behalf of Mr. Gerard. Mr. Gerard, please state the record.
Brian Gerard.
You know, we're here for a show cause, I think, total, Mr. Gerard. So these cases are just about the money, Mr. Gerard. I think he owes about $3,000. Do you know if and when they're going to be released from custody?
Not yet.
So
He doesn't know when he's going to be released.
So I'd ask for an adjournment of the show cause hearing.
What does he have pending? At this
Drug possession.
I believe I believe they're still at the PCC stage, right? They're still before your honor. His honor.
They're bound over.
Oh, okay.
When's your next date?
The 12th
of
June.
Okay, give me a July date.
July.
All right. What I'll do is I'll adjourn these to July 9th. See where these are at. 2025, 9 a.m.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Court does call the case People versus Casarius Edwards.
Assistant Public Defender Natalie Page with on behalf of Mr. Edwards, who should be present via Zoom.
Casarius Edwards?
Yes.
Okay, I need a camera.
All right. Trying to get it. All right.
You got it. Okay. He goes what, 975?
Yeah, I was able to discuss this with Mr. Edwards. He states to me that he can begin making $25 payments in 2 weeks. He recently started receiving unemployment benefits. He had gone through a long road with a lot of health issues. He now has these unemployment benefits and can start making $25 monthly payments. He's asking if the court would allow him to start those in 2 weeks.
Okay, defendant to pay $25 per month. That will begin on, why don't we just make it May 30th? All right,
Thank you, Your Honor.
make sure to make those payments.
All right.
Thank you. Court does call the case of the people versus Jonathan Gibson.
Good morning, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Kearney on behalf of Mr. Gibson, who I believe is on Zoom, Your Honor.
Don't have him check.
Gibson?
Your Honor, I did speak to him. I'm not sure why he's not here. He was actually here in court yesterday.
Yes, he was.
For another case. He did pay a $10, make a $10 payment. I believe the end of April. He did say he was planning on making another $10.20 payment this week. He recently got back to work in his training to be a manager at Papa John's. So he thinks he's gonna have some more income coming in.
How much is he? You don't know why he's not here.
No, I did speak to him and provided him with the Zoom information. He's usually pretty attentive. Your Honor, for the record, I'd ask for an adjournment.
Gibson? No response, bench warrant, 15,000. Give a 10% privilege on that. That warrant will issue immediately. Court does call the case People versus Stephen Bernal.
Good morning, Your Honor. Edward Lucas on behalf of Stephen Bernal, who should be on Zoom. Mr. Bernal, could you unmute and state your name?
Stephen Bernal.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have reviewed the recommendation and the pre-sentence report. No additions or corrections to the actual report. We're asking that the court follow the recommendation.
Mr. Bernal, anything you want to say before the court imposes sentence?
No, sir.
$125 statutory fee, 93 days in jail, credit 93 served. You're all set.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Court calls the case People versus Willie Henley.
Good morning, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Kearney on behalf of Mr. Henley. Your Honor, I'm not.
Hello, what's your name?
Willie Henley.
Okay, there he is.
Great. Your Honor, we were not able to speak prior to today's hearing. We did provide him the information.
She ain't talking about nothing.
Oh my gosh, I just realized something.
Oh, what?
I know her.
Know who?
Summer Mosqueda. Oh, you do? Yes, Oh, do you have contact information for her? Maybe her attorney would like that. I probably do. Have it in my phone. Excuse me, defense.
Oh, damn. All right, Miss Judge, Judge Boyd ain't doing too much of nothing
Look at
right
this,
now.
187, we are full service. So let me send a message to my granddaughter.
Okay.
Just give us a moment. Let's see if he's able to get in touch with her. It didn't dawn on me, the name. I'm telling you, this court is like Kevin Bacon, 6 degrees of separation. Unfortunately, my granddaughter's had some less than savory friends.
So Lori starts at 11:30.
Is it 5 degrees from Kevin Bacon or is it 6? 6. Okay.
We don't tell him what
Do you think that
what Lori wants.
we will be able to have 6 degrees of separation from Kevin Bacon? How would we get to Kevin Bacon?
To be honest, I don't do that movie. But I've heard that saying.
Oh yeah, because they say that Kevin Bacon has been in so many movies or something that everybody are 6 degrees separated from knowing him. Or just knowing him, I believe.
I think the descriptions will be sufficient. I mean,
Bouncing around,
think
y'all.
if
We
this
just
is
trying to
a
find something to do with our
instance of the
time.
victims have rights, and the victims have a right to not have this broadcasted. So I think it's the right ruling. I don't know. And look, if I'm either side, I don't want everybody seeing this. So it's a good, I think this is a good ruling.
Right. I'm with you, Franz. I can't really see any legitimate purpose in it. And I was thinking this through, as much as I'm a major advocate for victims' rights, also a member of the media for a long, long time, I'm thinking, how do you even report it? Even if 3 members of the pool were allowed to look at it, okay, we're not going to broadcast it. Nobody's going to see video or audio. There's that. Who's going to describe it? You're still subject to FCC fines and rules and regulations. And as you said, there's going to be enough descriptors from the testimony, from the arguments, from the lawyers that we can all use our imagination as to what's in those videos. And as long as the jury sees it, we don't need to. We're not the finders of fact on this one. Franz, one last question for you, please. As I'm looking at the sketches that we're getting of Diddy, I noticed that he's wearing sweaters. He's rocking the sweaters. It looks like the dress shirt underneath, the white collar sticking out, kind of the light gray sweater for one of the days of court. Your thoughts on that look for this trial?
Well, it's my understanding that the courtroom is actually frigid, and I will say federal courtrooms are generally well cooled and chilled. So it may be a function of comfort. It certainly gives that Mr. Rogers vibe. Look, he's in a lose-lose situation, Julie. If he wears a suit, everybody's going to say, "Oh, this is just the mega mogul dressing to impress." If he wears a sweater, people are going to be like, "Why aren't you wearing a suit?" So I don't have a problem with the sweaters. I think that the key is he needs to not be a distraction. And if the sweaters make him not a distraction to the jury, that's a win for the defense.
Great points, Franz. Yeah, I've thought a lot about this, right? Because we know that he's got money to buy all the beautiful suits in the world, but he's in kind of a no-win situation, I think, with his attire, right? Because if they're too fancy, jurors may resent that. They may kind of judge him for it. If he tries to look too...
All right, let's get caught up on Twitter. We got a few more tweets that didn't hit the internet, so let's kind of go through them. So remember last time we left off, she said she was plugging up her phone and she was going to bed. Who was at your home when you got there? Carrie Morgan. She was upset when she saw me. She called the police. Did you speak with them? Yes, but I didn't say who I was talking about and they left. Why? I wasn't ready. Did Sean try and come to your apartment? Yes, he was banging. That was pretty normal for him. But this is a private building. Did you hear from Mrs. Corin that day? Yes, I went to see D-Rock and his wife to try and feel safe. In this photo, what are you wearing? A gown and sunglasses. I had a black eye. What, if any, other bruising was visible? I had several bruises on my leg, but I changed clothes. What's this? Me and Sean at the after party. I'm going to show you escorts. Do you know the names of this person? No. In what cities did you use him? New York. Who's this? Islander. He was on Latin Men. We used him in LA and maybe Vegas. Who is 2A616? Baby, she out here pointing that. Now, this testimony right here is what they truly need from Cassie. They need her to say that escorts were hired under the instruction of Diddy. They were paid under the instruction of Diddy, and they were flown to different locations under the instruction of Diddy. So yeah. That is absolutely what they need. So I'll let a few more pile up and we'll jump back over here when we can. I don't believe Miss Boyd got somebody up on her screen. So we're gonna jump on over to Miss Boyd.
Could I see the file on Joseph Harris, please? All right, so on this case, these are both PF cases. And so where are we on discovery?
Judge, I believe that we're still in the process of collecting all the discovery to turn over to Mr. Piddle.
Okay, and then there's one, so the theft case has been indicted. Oh, I'm sorry, the theft case and the theft of property both have been indicted. Are there any more PF cases, counsel?
I don't believe so, Judge.
All right, it's listed on the docket as PF, but I think they both have been indicted.
I checked yesterday. I didn't see that they were indicted, but maybe they were presented this week, and I just didn't see that.
Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. This isn't the right file. I need Joseph Harris.
It should be an unauthorized use.
Yeah, these files are for Joshua Hernandez. Yeah. All right. So this is a motion to set bond.
Correct.
Okay. All right, State, are you prepared to proceed on the motion to set bond in each of these cause numbers?
Yes, Judge, and I believe we have an agreement with Mr. Piddle.
All right, we're going to go on the record. The court is going to call 2025 PF 03497 and 2025 PF 03496. Could I have parties announced for the record?
Megan Galloway for the state.
And Kelly Piddle for Joseph Harris.
All right, and you're Mr. Harris?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you have any objection to your attorney appearing by Zoom?
No, ma'am.
State, any objections?
No, Judge.
All right, the defense has filed a motion to set bond in each of these cases. State, are you prepared to proceed on the motions?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the court sees that there's a proposed agreement.
It progresses to supervised casework, processing techniques, evidence collection, and culminates in a competency exam for any of the disciplines that the trooper is assigned.
Now, when you're working for the crime scene services section, how are assignments made typically within that unit?
Typically, troopers work on an on-call schedule. They're given advance notice, and they're on call for 24-hour periods. Most often, if a call is received or a request is made for crime scene services during that call period, the trooper assigned responds.
And sort of geographically, as far as the on-call trooper is concerned, how is that sort of divvied up?
So I was assigned to the Maynard Laboratory. The Crime Scene Services section is organized by crime labs. Maynard encompasses a large area, upward of 50 cities and towns. Some of the more northern towns would be Lowell and Billerica, and it goes all the way down to Canton and Stoughton. The trooper on call for that 24-hour period covers that entire region.
Now, sir, were you working with the State Police Crime Scene Services section on February 1st, 2022?
Yes, I was.
And where were you requested to go on that date?
I was requested to respond to the Canton Police Headquarters.
And approximately what time did you arrive at the Canton Police Department?
Approximately 9 in the morning.
And who did you meet upon your arrival there?
I was met by the requesting officer, Michael Proctor.
And what was the purpose, or what was described to you initially as the purpose of you responding to that location?
The request was made for me to assist in documenting a search warrant that was being executed on a vehicle housed at the police department.
And who do you recall being present during your time at the Canton Police Department and during that search warrant execution?
Trooper Proctor was present. There was a forensic scientist from the crime lab, Maureen Hartnett. There were various members of the Canton Police Department. There were members of the State Police Crash Reconstruction Section, Trooper Joe Paul, to name one. There were members of the Norfolk SPDU as well.
And if you know, in addition to Michael Proctor, how many other members of the Norfolk SPDU were present during the search warrant?
I'm aware of at least 3.
And what was it that you were asked to document at that location?
Namely, it was Karen Reed's vehicle.
And where was that vehicle located within the Canton Police Department?
It was in the garage bay.
Now, can you describe for the jury the process of your documentation or memorialization of that vehicle that morning?
Yes. Typically, upon arrival, I would consult with the requesting officer to determine the scope of the search warrant. In that case, it was Michael Proctor. He described that the vehicle was being searched for a variety of things, to include biological evidence, communication devices, alcohol containers, receipts, infotainment center data, etc. He asked me to document the vehicle with digital photographs. I then consulted with the forensic scientist who was present as well to determine the order in which the vehicle would be documented and processed. I began by documenting the vehicle's exterior with photographs prior to any manipulation or movement, and then proceeded to document the interior and its contents.
Now, any items that were seized during the execution of that search warrant, how were they photographed prior to being seized?
They're photographed in place prior to being moved.
Now, what kind of instruments or tools do you use typically while photographing items for crime scene services?
Main piece of equipment we would use is a digital camera. We wear protective equipment, namely gloves and a mask typically, often a scale so that the images can be calibrated to true size upon examination later. Sometimes placards or ruler tape we placed on items of interest or items that will be collected.
Now, on this occasion, you mentioned Maureen Hartnett from the crime lab was present there as well.
That's correct, sir.
And what did you observe her doing as far as any sort of documentation with relation to certain things or items or areas of the vehicle?
My recollection is that she was chiefly concerned with the exterior of the vehicle, namely the rear right corner, and she was looking for DNA and trace evidence, I believe.
And as far as, was there any delineation that you saw her place on the vehicle with respect to certain areas of the vehicle?
Yes, she marked various locations on the vehicle with ruler tape.
And is that something that you would photograph both prior to and afterward when she would place those stickers or labels on the vehicle?
The area would be documented during my overall photographs prior to her placing any placards or ruler tape. And then once those placards are placed, they would be photographed again.
Now, in addition to the photographs, what else did you do with respect to the vehicle?
I was also asked to process the front right passenger compartment of the vehicle for friction ridge impressions.
Now, what is a friction ridge impression?
A friction ridge impression is it's a replica or an impression of the friction ridge skin on the hands or the feet. Friction ridge skin is an evolutionary adaptation on human beings that allow for better grasp of objects. What makes it unique and significant to policing is that that friction ridge skin has unique patterns. They're formed through ridges and furrows or hills and valleys, and they're unique to every individual. In the hundreds of years that fingerprints have been studied, no two individuals have ever been determined to have the same fingerprints. Analysts are trained to examine these patterns, more importantly, the individual ridge events, and conduct examinations that can lead to identifications or exclusions.
Now, just briefly, can you describe for the jury that process of how you do that?
I would document the vehicle with photographs first, and then determine what medium would be used to process the vehicle. In this case, white fingerprint powder was selected. The particular area processed was relatively small. It was the front passenger compartment, interior and exterior. I focused on surfaces that were more conducive to friction ridge impressions. Certain surfaces are far more conducive than others. Typically, non-porous surfaces like glass, polished metal, dash surfaces are better for impressions, more likely to yield impressions than porous surfaces, which is items like paper or unfinished wood. The area was processed with white fingerprint powder, examined, and no impressions of value were determined to be present.
Now, just briefly, Trooper Clark, when you say no impressions of value were determined, can you explain to the jury a little more, expound upon what that means?
Analysts are trained to determine during the analysis phase if an impression is of value for comparison. What that means is whether or not the impression, if any, has enough quantitative and qualitative detail where it could be compared to a known impression or an exemplar and make a finding. In this case, there were no usable impressions.
Now, upon that initial documenting of the vehicle, were you asked to go anywhere else?
Yes, I was also requested to respond to 34 Fairview Road in Canton and take overall photographs of a scene.
And when you say overall photographs, can you describe to the jury what your understanding of that term is?
Overall photographs are essentially just like they sound. They're typically taken from a distance. They're not examination level photographs. They're general area photographs. This particular case, it was an outdoor scene. I was directed where to focus my attention, and I took a series of photographs of that area.
Now, did anyone go with you there?
Not that I recall.
And when you say your area, your attention was directed to certain areas, where was your attention focused?
The requesting officer explained that upon my arrival, I would see an area in the front lawn or close to the street at that address where a significant amount of snow had been partially cleared away near a flagpole. He asked that I take overall photographs of that area, given the lighting was preferable, and to focus on the front of the residence, that cleared area, and the street around it.
And Trooper Clark, what do you recall in reference to the snow accumulation on the area of the lawn near the flagpole at 34 Fairview Road on that date of February 1st?
My recollection is that there was a significant amount of snow present. Snowbanks were apparent from what I presume to be plowing. There was an area that did appear to be cleared and heavily trodden by footwear and tires. Still, even in that area, there was a significant amount of snow with certain spots of grass showing.
Now, while you were there, sir, did you or anyone else do any sort of excavation of that front lawn area?
No.
Now, following that, where did you go?
I returned to the Canton Police Department.
And why did you return to the Canton Police Department at that point?
I had finished my assignment with 34 Fairview, and I was asked to return. I believe the forensic scientist was continuing to process the vehicle. At that time, I would re-encounter her and determine if there was any additional photographs required.
Now, In addition to the photographs that you took initially at the Canton Police Department, what else did you memorialize with reference to the vehicle that day?
They took general photographs of the vehicle, the contents. At one point, a bag was presented to me with evidence by one of the Canton officers.
Let me ask it this way, sir. At some point, you mentioned there was a reconstruction trooper who was present at the Canton Police Department, correct?
That's correct.
And so what, if anything, did you document with respect to that reconstruction trooper outside of the Canton Police Department?
Trooper Joe Paul asked while I was there to document a series of brake and acceleration tests with digital video that he was performing with the same vehicle. I was also asked to take photographs and video of the vehicle's backup warning system, which was activated as they performed some tests.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sergeant Clark, showing you a disc. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
And what do you recognize that to be?
this is the crime scene photos.
And what's contained on that disc, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed both inside and outside the Canton Police Department with respect to Ms. Reed's vehicle, as well as the scene at 34 Fairview on February 1st?
I presume it is.
Your Honor, Como, seek to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit.
I'm assuming that that's all that's on the disc, and if that's the case, then we have no objection.
You've seen it.
I haven't seen that particular disc. We have received the photos in discovery. I'm not concerned about that.
Oh, that'll come in.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Exhibit 133.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could just publish a few of those photos for the jury.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. May I approach the witness
Yes.
just briefly? Your Honor, I'm presenting you with 3 photographs. Do you recognize what's depicted in each of those 3 photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize depicted in each of those 3 photographs in general?
I would describe these as a mid-range and a close-up photograph of the vehicle's dash area.
And Your Honor, separately, may I almost seek to introduce and admit as the next 3 exhibits?
All right, but I'd like to do it as one exhibit.
ABC?
Please, yes.
Exhibits 134A through 134C.
Thank you.
And my apologies, Your Honor. With the court's permission, may I now publish some of those photos?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2616. And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to zoom in on the steering wheel just above the L for the Lexus sign. And Sergeant Clark, do you see what's depicted up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And from this photograph, just above the steering wheel on the right-hand side, what do you observe there?
Vehicle's odometer reading?
And is that what the odometer read as far as when you took this photograph outside of the Canton Police Station on February 1st?
Yes, it is.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2617. And again, Ms. Gilman, if you could just zoom in a little on the center of that photograph. And again, Sergeant, if you could describe for the jury what we're looking at in this photograph.
This is a mid-range photograph of the vehicle's display screen, the center console, with the what I would describe as the backup warning system activated as the vehicle approaches a pedestrian.
And lastly, Ms. Gilman, the next photograph, which is 2618. And again, Sergeant, what are we looking at in this photograph?
More or less the same as the last photograph, sir.
Closer up image than the prior photograph, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Thank you, sir. I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
All right. Giannetti?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Trooper.
Good morning, sir.
Your earliest involvement in this case was on February 1st of 2022.
That's correct.
You ended up, and by the way, at that time, you were a trooper assigned to the crime scene services section,
That's correct.
and that was in which town in Massachusetts?
Where I was assigned, sir?
Yes,
Maynard.
Maynard, okay. About a year later, you actually joined the Norfolk CPAC unit or the Norfolk Detectives Unit, correct?
That's correct.
And when you joined the Norfolk CPAC unit, Lieutenant Brian Tully was the supervisor of that unit, was he not?
Yes, he was.
You are still with that unit, correct?
That's correct.
So you've been there for approximately 2 years, a little bit more than 2 years.
That's correct.
And so you were there when Lieutenant Tully was removed as the supervisor of that unit, correct?
That's sustained, and folks should to disregard that.
Now, if I could request an instruction.
Jurors, pay no attention to that question or answer. That is not properly before you with this witness.
Is Lieutenant Tully still the supervisor of that unit?
Yes.
I'm going to see you at sidebar for just a minute, please.
Okay, so going back to February 1st of 2022, you learned that Michael Proctor had called your unit, resulting in your involvement in this case on that date, correct?
That's right.
And Michael Proctor had requested that you go to the Canton Police Station.
That's correct.
At the time, were you aware that the Canton Police Station, or the Canton Police Department, I should say, had a conflict of interest with this investigation?
Yes.
Rephrase it. Rephrase it.
Well, were you aware when you were called out on this case that John O'Keefe had been found mortally wounded on Brian Albert's lawn?
I was advised of that fact upon my arrival.
Okay. And you were you advised of the fact that Brian Albert's brother was a Canton police detective?
I did not know that.
All right. Still, it was the Canton Police Station and not a state police barracks where Michael Proctor instructed you to go, correct?
That's right.
Was he there before you, or did you arrive there before him?
He was there before me.
When you got there, where did you see Michael Proctor within the Canton Police Department?
Inside the garage bay.
And is that also called a sally port?
Yes.
And when you got there, was Michael Proctor the one to direct you to the Lexus SUV?
Yes.
And when you got there on February 1st, that was the first time that you laid eyes on that vehicle, correct?
Yes, it is.
There was no other investigator from the State Police Detectives Unit or the CPAC unit there with the Lexus SUV except for Michael Proctor, correct?
There were other investigators from the Norfolk District Attorney's Office present that morning.
In any case, you had no personal knowledge prior to your arrival of how long Michael Proctor had been with that SUV before you got there, correct?
That's right.
You have no personal knowledge about whether anyone was monitoring Michael Proctor while he was near the vehicle before you got there.
That's correct.
And before you got there, you had no idea how much access Michael Proctor had to that vehicle, right?
Correct.
Your assignment was to take photographs and to process the passenger's compartment in particular for fingerprints.
Correct.
And you did that.
Yes, I did.
Bless you. About a year and a half after that, on July 18th of 2023, you participated in this investigation again, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And that was because, in part, you had now joined the Norfolk CPAC unit, correct?
Correct.
And you participated in an interview of Colin Albert at the Norfolk DA's office, right?
That's right.
You knew at the time that Colin Albert was the nephew of the homeowner, Brian Albert?
I'll allow that. Did you know that at the time?
Could you rephrase the question?
Sure. At the time that you were called in for this interview and told that you would be participating in an interview of Colin Albert, you knew that he was Brian Albert's nephew, correct?
I was advised that prior to the interview, yes.
You conducted that interview along with Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
At the time, Michael Proctor was a state trooper in that unit, correct?
Yes, he was.
And you knew he was also the lead investigator on the case, correct?
He was the case officer, yes.
At the time of that interview on July 18th, before you began questioning of Colin Albert, had Michael Proctor revealed to you his connections with the Albert family?
Sustained.
Will you approach?
Go on to the next area and see if you can come back.
Did Michael Proctor reveal to you that he and Kevin Albert had socialized together by drinking alcohol in his cruiser?
Sustained injuries, I'm going to ask you to strike that question, disregard.
I need to be heard at sidebar.
I will hear you. A good time to take our morning recess. We'll see you in about 20 minutes. And, Sergeant?
All right, let's get into it, y'all. Let's get into it. So, last time we left off, they were showing Kathy videos. I'm sorry, photos of escorts. Who is this? We call him Tommy. Who is this? I know him as Greg, an escort in Miami. Who is this? Jonathan. We saw him in Miami. Who is this? I don't know. He looks familiar from Freak Offs. What did you write here? This is all we do. I'm just getting back on track. I'm sure you can call Kim or something. What did you mean by this is all we do? Freak offs. Did you try to avoid anything in the freak offs? I tried to avoid kissing. It seemed too intimate, but Sean told me to do it, to kiss the escorts. What did Sean ask you to do on your 29th birthday? A freak off. He had me He had me pulled out of the Blind Dragon for the freak off. Some security. What about blackmail material? He wanted me to fear, objection, overruled. When was Sean mention the freak off videos? To hurt me. One time I was dating someone else and he threatened to release the freak off videos. I'd have to answer to my mother. It's horrible and disgusting. No one should do that to anyone. What did Sean say the impact would be? Shame. Let me show you a chat. Who's in it? Me and Sean, July 22, 2013. Read your message. I wrote, please delete the videos off your phone. Too many people have access to your devices. He said, no iCloud, all good. Ambien kicking in. Sidebar, yes. All right. 11:10, judge is taking a break to change some things in the courtroom. During the break, Combs sit at the table. His lawyer, Xavier Donaldson, leaning down to speak with him. So they are on break. So everybody's on break right now. Everybody's on break right now. Shay, Proctor friends with everybody. Everybody in on it. The whole day, the whole town, the whole police department, the local police department, the state police department, everybody in on it. Shay said it's getting hard to keep up with who's who because everybody is everybody. I'm trying to tell you, girl. They all know everybody. They all know everything and everybody. Let's see. Bruce, listen. Senior retreat today. Then we'll be reading the letters today that my ex-wife and I wrote my daughter. I wonder if she's gonna cry. I was crying while I wrote mine. Oh, D1. Ah. Changes. All right, so over on the Diddy stuff, y'all, it says that there's still some issues with the privacy screen, so we'll put that off and do something else now. Welcome back, Miss Ventura. Bring the jury in. I offer more exhibits. So it looks like they are getting geared up to start back over there on the Diddy trial. All right, they need to come on now. We've been on break for 80 hours. Let's see what's going on over here in the Diddy trial. Let's see if anything we got anything new popped up. Okay, we do. We got a little something. I offer more exhibits. What did you say here? I'd been told there was a sexually explicit video out there about me. I reached out to Sean. Then what? We were driving back to New York City from Atlantic City to talk to this DJ, Who Kid. What happened? At the restaurant, what was security's role? To intimidate. They were lining the room. Who was there? Uncle Paulie, James Cruz. How did you recover from a freak off? I take opiates. I wanted to feel numb. We get massage, IV fluids. A chef would cook or something. How often did you take opiates after a freak off? Often. I got urinary tract infections. Were the UTIs painful? Very. Antibacterials didn't work anymore. Oh my God. How did it feel during freak offs? Burning. I would not advise it. Let's read this out loud. I have all these sores on my tongue. I have another UTI. Child. Y'all.
All right, so I'll see counsel at sidebar.
Girl, we just got in here. What you mean sidebar? We just got here, babe. What are you talking about? Oh my God. So this was the question that the folks had yesterday. This was the question the folks had yesterday. How the hell was she blessed to not be to have contracted something? Whole time she in and he didn't even care. He like, yeah, you got that. Come on. Still go do your freak off. That's crazy. Bev is doing way too much. We just got in the room. They already took an 80-hour break, and now we in the room, and she on one. One of the escorts said Cassie would never produce her health records because he wouldn't even get her checked. Child. Even Christian Grey sent them to the doctor. Baby, we know Diddy ain't no Christian Grey. That's crazy.
Counsel. Exhibit II for ID. Thank you.
session, please be seated.
All right, may we have Sergeant Clark, please? Yes.
Sir, when you went with Michael Proctor to interview Colin Albert, you knew that the case originated on January 29th of 2022,
I was aware of that.
and the date that you conducted that interview was July 18th of 2023.
That's correct.
Did you ever ask Michael Proctor why he waited a year and a half to interview Colin Albert?
I did not.
Once that interview was concluded, one of the two of you had to write a report to document what Colin Albert had told you, correct?
That's correct.
And Michael Proctor, as the lead investigator, was the one to write the report, correct?
Michael Proctor wrote that report.
You did not write it.
Correct.
You chose, I'm sorry, he chose the language to use in that report, correct?
Correct.
And you weren't standing over him while he was typing it up, correct?
Correct.
And he wrote that report to his supervisor without running every word by you, correct?
That's correct.
Did you ever review that report to check whether it was accurate?
Not before it was published.
And the only other thing I have for you, sir, is you were called to photograph evidence on February 1st. Were you ever asked to go to 34 Fairview Road on February 8th to photograph and document evidence supposedly found on that day?
No, I was not.
Were you ever asked to go to 34 Fairview Road to document any evidence on February 10th?
No, I wasn't.
How about February 11th?
No, sir.
And then on February 18th, nearly 3 weeks after January 29th, did anybody contact you to ask you to come out and photograph and document evidence that was supposedly found 3 weeks later?
Ask it differently, Ms.
Yes.
Giannetti.
Were you called out to 34 Fairview Road on February 18th of 2022 to photograph and document anything?
February 1st was the only date I was called to 34 Fairview, sir.
So the answer to my question is no, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you, sir.
Is there any follow-up, Mr. Lally?
No redirection.
Sorry?
No redirection.
Okay. All right. You're all set.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, folks.
Next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth called Evan Brent to the stand.
Okay. Excuse me.
You solemnly swear the evidence you the court, the jury, in the case down here, and the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, go right ahead, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
My name is Evan Brent, Brent.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I work for the Massachusetts State Police
And how long have you been a trooper with the Massachusetts State Police?
for just under 8 years.
And in what capacity do you currently work with the State Police?
Currently, I am a sergeant and I'm assigned to the Leominster Barracks.
Now, going back to when you initially joined the State Police, did you undergo any training?
Yes, I did.
And could you please describe to the jury, generally speaking, what that training consisted of?
I went to the State Police Academy in New Braintree. I attended the 83rd Recruit Training Troop from August 2017 until January of 2018. And I learned about different topics that you would expect to learn about at an academy, such as criminal law and procedure and motor vehicle law, to name a few.
Now, when you joined the state police, where were you initially assigned?
I was initially assigned to the Holden Barracks
And how long were you at that barracks?
for about 3 or 4 months.
And where did you go from there?
I went to the Charlton Barracks
And how long were you in Charlton?
for a little over a year.
And then following Charlton, where did you go from there?
I went to a unit called Crime Scene Services.
Now, what specialized training did you receive in relation to that work with the Crime Scene Services Section unit?
New members assigned to crime scene undergo a progressive training program that consists of completing a series of modules, each of which has assigned readings and a written test for each one. It moves on to assisting in the lab and then eventually assisting in the field. There's additional assigned readings, classroom instruction, and it concludes with a series of competency tests that must be passed before you are assigned your own casework.
Now, when you're working for the Crime Scene Services Section, how are assignments or how are you assigned to a particular case or investigation?
As cases come in, if you're on call, you would own that case if it's your call day, if something comes into the lab or something you need to respond to.
And how long do those on-call periods typically last for?
Typically, when I was there in Maynard, it was 24 hours. So you would own a day starting at 7 in the morning and it would go all the way until 7 the next morning.
Now, how big of an area does that particular unit, the Crime Scene Services Section, how big of an area does it cover?
The Maynard lab covers somewhere between, I think, 50 and 55 different municipalities.
Now, sir, were you working with the State Police Crime Scene Services Section on February 3rd of 2022?
Yes, I was.
And where were you requested to go on that date?
I was requested to respond to an address in Canton.
And do you recall what that address was?
It was 34 Fairview.
And approximately what time did you arrive at that location on Fairview Road?
It was about 9:45 in the morning.
And who did you meet upon your arrival there?
I met with several members of the State Police Detective Unit for Norfolk County.
And do you recall specifically who those members of the State Police Detective Unit were?
Yes, there was Lieutenant Tully, Sergeant Buchanan, Trooper Proctor, Trooper DeChico, and Trooper Moore.
And when you arrived there, what were you asked to document on that occasion?
There was a search effort digging through some snowbanks that they were looking for some items. They wanted me to document it with photography.
Now, during that search effort, were items located and recovered?
Yes.
Now, can you describe for the jury the process of item recovery that you observed there on that day?
So once an item was excavated, I would be alerted. I would come over, I would document the item in its place. And then one of the detectives would use a gloved hand and that item would be bagged and documented on the bag.
Was that the same with respect to each item that was photographed by you and then bagged by the State Police Detective Unit?
Yes.
Now, if I could just ask you, if you could expound a little, when you say excavated, what do you mean by that? What did you see being done that day?
They were digging with shovels.
And as far as the items that were recovered, do you recall where they were in relation to the snow pile and the ground itself?
Some were on top of the snow. So there was some significant snow melt. I think that day it was raining out and it was much warmer than it was the previous 3 days. So some had been revealed by this melted snow, so they were on top. Others were under a foot and a half of snow.
Now, what kind of instruments or tools do you use in addition to your camera when you're photographing items?
So items of interest would be documented with a scale, so that way it would show how big the item is.
And why is it that you use a scale as far as photographs are concerned when it comes to certain items?
Because some of the photos, you wouldn't be able to tell how big the item is or proportionally what it looks like. So it has the scales, just a little ruler that shows exactly how big the item is.
Now, sir, upon your completion of documenting recovery of items at Fairview Road, were you asked to go anywhere else?
Yes, I was.
And where were you asked to go?
I was asked to go to an address 1 Meadows Road.
And who went with you there?
Trooper Proctor.
And once there, what were you asked to document or memorialize at that secondary location of 1 Meadows Ave?
There was a vehicle in the driveway that he wanted me to document.
And was that a Chevrolet Traverse? Is that correct?
Yes.
And were you asked to document anything else with respect to the home adjacent to that driveway?
There was a camera up above the garage that he had pointed out. So I just documented that as well.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
We're showing you a disc. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
So what do you recognize that to be?
It's a disc of crime scene photos.
And the photos on that disc are those the photos that you took at each of those respective locations on February 3rd, both 34 Fairview and 1 Meadows Ave.
Yes.
And what's contained on that disc and those photos, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed at each of those respective locations that day?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, Commonwealth seek to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit. And same caveat, as long as that's all that's on that disc, we have no objection.
Okay. Coming in.
Exhibit 135.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness again?
Yes.
Sir, I'm handing you a series of 7 photographs. Do you recognize generally what's depicted in those 7 photographs?
Yes.
And in the first 5 of those photographs, is that essentially taking photographs as you walk around the Chevrolet Traverse in the driveway that day?
Yes, that is correct.
And the last 2 were of the garage doors at 1 Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Commonwealth seek to introduce in the minutes as the next exhibit.
No objection.
Exhibit 136.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish those photographs in a relatively short fashion with the jury?
Sure.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7749. And Trooper, just briefly, what are we looking at in this photograph?
The front entrance to that address, 1 Meadows.
Ms. Gilman, 7752. And Trooper, same question. What are we looking at here?
That was the vehicle in question.
And if you could, Trooper, just describe sort of perspective-wise what portion of the vehicle we're looking at in this photograph.
So we are looking at an angle view of a Chevy Traverse, the back of the vehicle, and part of the driver's side.
And Ms. Gilman, 7758. And what part of the vehicle does this depict, Trooper?
The rear of the vehicle.
And Ms. Gilman, 7759. And again, Trooper, what portion of the vehicle in this photograph?
It's going to be an angle view of the rear of the vehicle and the passenger side.
And Ms. Gilman, 7769. And again, Trooper, what portion of the vehicle in this photograph?
This is the front of the vehicle.
And Ms. Gilman, 7771. Again, Trooper, what are we looking at in this photograph?
An angle view of the front of the vehicle and the driver's side.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 7777. And again, Trooper, what are we looking at in this photograph?
This is the driver's side rear quarter panel.
And Ms. Gilman, 7791. Now, you also took photographs of the garage doors at 1 Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and how many garage doors did you observe there that day?
2 garage doors.
And which of the 2 is this?
This is going to be the right garage door.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 7795. And which of the 2 garage doors is this, Trooper?
This will be the left garage door.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gilman, thank you very much. You can take those down. Now, Trooper Brent, from your observations of those photographs and your observations personally, visually on scene February 3rd at 1 Meadows Ave, what damage did you observe to the garage doors at that residence?
I did not observe any damage to them.
And again, both from your view of those photographs and your in-person visual observations of the Chevy Traverse from all angles on that date of February 3rd, what damage did you observe to that Chevy Traverse?
I observed no visible damage.
Thank you, sir. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Any questions, Mr. Yannetti?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Good morning, Trooper.
Morning, sir.
To be clear, the Chevy Traverse that you photographed at 1 Meadows, you did so on February 3rd of 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you realized at the time that was 5 days prior to the incident in question, which was January 29th of 2022?
5 days after, not prior.
Did I say prior?
You did.
Thank you for correcting me because you're right. You were photographing it 5 days after January 29th, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's fair to say, sir, that your earliest involvement in the case was February 3rd of 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you don't know, and you didn't know at the time who had access to that Traverse during those 5 days, correct?
That is correct.
Now, as of February 3rd of 2022, you, I believe, testified you were part of the crime scene services section of the Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Yes, sir.
You met former Trooper Michael Proctor on February 3rd at 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
Yes, I did.
At the time, did you know you were at the home of a Boston police officer named Brian Albert?
I did not.
And February 3rd was the first and only time that you responded to 34 Fairview Road, correct?
That is correct.
With regard to anything that you saw on the lawn or on the snow that day, you have no personal knowledge as to how any of those items got there, correct?
I do not.
And 5 days after January 29th, you had no personal knowledge at the time of who had access to that front lawn during those 5 days, correct?
That is correct.
You had no information that a guard had ever been posted near that lawn?
Not that I'm aware of.
And when you got there, there was no crime scene tape, correct?
No, there was not.
There was no tent?
No.
Other than the police officers standing there on February 3rd, the lawn was open to anyone who wanted to look at it, just like any other lawn on the street, right?
I'm unaware of that. I don't know.
Now, in terms of your actions that day in documenting the scene with photographs, you did not write a report on what you saw and what you photographed, correct?
I took notes of what I saw and what I photographed.
Michael Proctor was the one to write the report in which he reported that you were the photographer on scene, correct?
I don't know what Michael Proctor did for a report, so I can't testify to that.
Okay, but you didn't write a report.
I wrote a report of what I did, showing up at the scene and taking photos and then submitting those photos to the Norfolk County Detectives Unit.
You knew at the time that Michael Proctor was the lead investigator on the case, correct?
Yes, I did.
And with regard to other dates in February, on February 8th of 2022, were you asked to go back to 34 Fairview Road to document and photograph anything found on that day?
I do not believe so, no.
What about February 10th?
No.
February 11th?
Again, my only involvement was on February 3rd.
So that means that on February 18th, nearly 3 weeks after January 29th, you were not asked to go back to 34 Fairview to document or photograph anything on the lawn that day, correct?
Correct.
I have nothing further, sir. Thank you.
Any questions, Mr. Lally?
Very briefly.
Okay.
Just for clarity, Trooper Brent, you did write a report in relation to your response documentation on February 3rd, 2022, correct?
That is correct.
And you mentioned that you also took notes, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what did those notes entail?
It detailed several items that were collected, my response times, and who else was there on scene.
Now, when you were there on scene, as far as 34 Fairview on February 3rd, what did you observe as far as these? You mentioned that the weather had gotten warmer, some snow had melted. What did you observe specifically as far as the snow accumulation on that front lawn area in the area of the flagpole of 34 Fairview?
Objection beyond the scope.
Sustained. Sustained.
As far as these items, again, when they were recovered, several of these items were under how much snow?
I would estimate about, there was one particular item that was about a foot and a half under the snow.
Nothing further.
Nothing on that.
All right. All right, Trooper, you are all set, sir. Thank you. Who is the Commonwealth's next witness?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth called Brian Gallerani to the stand.
Okay.
Your Honor, as this witness is approaching, can I just move into evidence clips 19 and 20 that were previously played for the jury?
Yes.
Thank you.
137.
Thank you.
You solemnly swear the evidence given before the jury in the case now here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. Thank you. Good afternoon.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court?
Brian Gallerani, Gallerani.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm currently employed as a sergeant for the Needham Police Department.
And how long in total have you been a member of the Needham Police Department?
19 years.
And how long have you held the rank of sergeant?
2 years. It'll be 2 years in July.
Now, prior to holding the rank of sergeant with the Needham Police Department, what did you do before that at the Needham Police?
I was a detective for 8 years.
Now, over the course of your work as a detective with the Needham Police Department, what training have you received in regard to collection of biological samples?
I've been certified by the Mass State Police since 2015 in collecting DNA.
Now, can you explain just briefly to the jury sort of what that process of certification entailed? Sort of how did you become certified?
Excuse me. So specifically, I was certified in DNA buccal swab, which is the process of obtaining cells suitable for comparison, DNA comparison by swabbing a person's cheek cells and gums.
And that certification that you received, is that up to date at this point?
It is.
Now, at some point on January 16th of 2024, did you have occasion to collect buccal swabs or samples in relation to this case?
I did.
And before I get to that, just briefly, as far as with your work as a Needham police detective and or sergeant, you had no involvement with any investigation either by the Canton Police or the state police in relation to any incident in the town of Canton, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to that date of January 16th, where did you go?
I went to Norfolk County DA's office in Canton.
And who did you meet with, or who did you collect samples from on that occasion?
I collected samples from Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan.
And again, briefly, can you explain to the jury the process of that collection of samples from Sergeant Buchanan and Trooper Proctor?
So I swabbed the inside of their mouths with a cotton swab. I let it air dry, put it in the kit, sealed it, and photographed it.
And then following your collection, what did you do with those collections once you had them?
I brought that back to the Needham Police Department and entered it into the evidence locker.
And as far as that collection process that you were describing, did you do that in conformity with the training and the certification that you referenced earlier?
I did.
Now, with reference to those items, at some point were you informed that those items were to be transferred or transported to a Bodie Technology Lab in Lorton, Virginia?
Yes.
And were there any specific instructions as far as shipping that you received from the lab in reference to those items?
There were.
And did you comply with those instructions as far as how those items were shipped from the Needham Police Department to the Bodie Lab in Virginia?
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Any questions from the defense?
Very briefly, Judge. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Chief Berkowitz of the Canton Police Department?
I'll allow that.
No.
Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Detective Kevin Albert of the Canton Police Department?
No.
Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Lieutenant Brian Tully of the Massachusetts State Police?
No.
Thank you. I'm nothing further.
Anything, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you very much, Sergeant. You're all set.
Thank you.
Next witness for the Commonwealth.
Commonwealth calls Maureen Hartnett.
Follow me, ma'am.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case down here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You can sit or stand wherever you're comfortable. Just please keep your voice up, okay?
Yes.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and offer the spelling of your last name?
My name is Maureen Hartnett, Hartnett.
Could you tell us where you presently work?
I work at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
Before you began working at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, did you receive any education, any further schooling after high school?
Yes, I did.
Could you share that with us?
I have a bachelor's degree in biology from Bridgewater State University and a master's degree in forensic science from the University of New Haven.
After you graduated with your master's, did you begin working at the crime laboratory or did you work somewhere else before?
I began working at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
How long have you worked at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory for?
I've worked there in total approximately 9 years.
Can you give us a basic understanding of how the crime laboratory you work at is broken down, the different departments and what you do?
There are various units within the laboratory. There is the criminalistics unit, which is the unit I work for, the DNA unit, the Office of Alcohol Testing, the Arson and Trace unit, and each of those units is comprised of civilian workers. And there's also portions of the laboratory that are made up of sworn or troopers that work for Crime Scene Services section, as well as the Firearms Identification section.
Would you consider your role a civilian worker or are you a Massachusetts State Police trooper?
I'm a civilian worker.
You mentioned that one of the departments that you work in is the criminalist unit.
The criminalistics unit.
Could you give us a little more detail about what the unit does?
In the criminalistics unit, we examine items of evidence for the possible presence of biological fluids. We conduct trace identification, damage analysis, as well as gunshot residue collections on evidence.
Do different employees do different things in that unit, or do all the employees, are they trained to conduct all of those different type of testing?
There are specific types of analysis that only certain members of the unit will conduct based on the fact that those types of analysis are not requested very often.
Is the unit broken down by level of experience? Are there different roles within the unit based on experience?
Yes, there are.
Could you explain that, how it's broken down, the structure of it for us?
Generally, a training analyst will be a forensic scientist 1, which means they're in training and they're not performing any type of independent casework. Once an analyst is authorized to perform independent casework, they are then a forensic scientist 2. And that above them would be their supervisors, which are forensic scientists 3. And that is specific to the unit. And then as the chain of command goes up, there are additional levels as well.
Do you have a particular level that you've achieved?
Currently, I'm a forensic scientist 2 in the criminalistics unit and crime scene response unit.
In addition to your education and your master's degree, do you receive any specific training when you enter the unit?
Yes, every analyst will receive generally the same training when they enter the unit. It is written in our protocol, so it is standardized, and that is completed once they enter the unit. It takes approximately 9 to 12 months to complete that training.
Is there any ongoing training involved when you work in the criminals unit?
Yes, as a part of our accreditation, we also receive ongoing education yearly.
You mentioned accreditation. Can you briefly tell the jury what that means as it relates to the unit and the lab?
Accreditation is a voluntary quality assurance program that the laboratory is a part of. And basically their role is to ensure that our protocols, our procedures, our equipment, and our personnel are held to a certain level based in the scientific community.
In your role, do you do all of your testing at the office or in the lab?
As part of the crime scene response unit, I will respond to crime scenes and I will perform some testing and collection at crime scenes as well.
How long have you been involved in the crime scene response unit?
I've been involved with the crime scene response unit the same amount of time I've been in the criminalistics unit, which is approximately a total of 9 years.
As part of crime scene response, do you actively go to an ongoing developing scene, or do you arrive somewhere after the event?
It depends on the circumstances. Oftentimes we are called out to a scene directly after the incident takes place. There are times when we also will examine additional items or additional scenes after the fact.
How many scenes have you responded to as far as crime scene response where you were the person who was in charge?
I would say approximately 300.
When you are asked to or assigned to go to a scene, a crime scene, whether it's active or whether it's later in time, do you make an assessment when you get there, or is there a plan developed before you leave your office and get to the scene?
I'm sorry, can you be more specific?
Sure. How do you decide what you're going to do before you get there?
Generally, when I arrive on scene, I get a brief description of what they think may have occurred. Of course. I will take an overall sketch and diagram of the scene, and I also take some notes of the scene before I perform any type of testing or collection.
When you arrive at a scene and you start engaging in an analysis and determine whether you want to do testing, are you allowed to use your own independent judgment?
Yes, I use my training and experience to determine what items I would like to test and what items I would like to collect.
Is there ever any input by whatever law enforcement team or officer is at the response scene?
Yes, there is.
You mentioned that you've been to a number of crime scene responses. I want to ask you specifically about a response on February 2nd, 2022. Do you remember that?
May I check the date on that?
With the court's permission, please.
Yes. Thank you. So I responded to a crime scene on February 1st of 2022.
My apologies. Where did you go on February 1st, 2022?
I was dispatched to the Canton Police Station in their garage area.
When you went to the Canton Police Department, did anybody else from your lab go with you?
There was a crime scene services trooper that also responded at the same time, but there was no additional crime scene responder from my unit that responded.
Did you arrive at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I did.
Is there a garage that you were directed to?
Yes, I was.
When you arrived at the garage, which sometimes may be referred to as a Sally Port area, were there any other people there when you arrived?
There were Massachusetts State Police troopers as well as some Canton police officers.
Did you know who they were?
I did know who the Massachusetts State Police trooper was, yes.
Was Michael Proctor there?
Yes, he was.
Was Trooper Dunn there?
Yes, he was.
Was Trooper Clark there?
Yes.
You mentioned Canton Police Department officers. Do you know Lieutenant Gallagher?
Yes, I did have an interaction with Lieutenant Gallagher as well.
When you got there, did you have a chance to look at an item?
Yes.
Tell us what your focus was on. What type of item?
I was asked to examine a black Lexus SUV.
And was there a black Lexus SUV?
Yes.
As you were observing and making, analyzing the item, did you see whether anybody was taking photographs?
Yes.
When there's a person taking photographs, do you ever have any input or direct them, or do they do that totally independent of you?
After they're done doing what they're required to do, I will ask them to take specific photographs because I do not perform that function at a crime scene.
When you first arrived, did you have a chance to walk around the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Did you observe the vehicle from standing behind it, looking at the back of it?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is the rear of the black Lexus SUV.
Does that photograph, does it appear to be substantially accurate to what you saw that day?
Yes, it is.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
May I approach again?
Yes.
I'll move this into evidence, please.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 138.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show P145.
Okay.
Ms. Harnett, is that what you saw when you arrived?
Yes, it is.
Did anything stand out to you when you first looked at the back of that Lexus?
I noticed there was some damage to the rear passenger area of the vehicle.
You can take that down, please. Did you have a chance to walk around and look at the vehicle from the driver's side of the vehicle, the left side?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes,
What is it?
this is the driver's side of the Lexus.
Did the Lexus appear to you the same as it does in that photograph?
Yes,
Is that a fair and accurate depiction?
yes.
Your Honor, I move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Exhibit 139.
With the court's permission, I'd ask to show the jury P-144.
Okay.
Could you describe what you saw, ma'am?
Yes, so this is the driver's side of the black Lexus.
Thank you. You can take that down. Did you get a closer look from the right side of the Lexus to pay detail or attention to what you described from the back view that stood out to you?
Are you referring to the damaged area?
I am.
Yes, so I did take notes of that area and as well as had additional photographs taken of that area.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you a photograph. Do you recognize it?
Yes,
What is it?
this is a close-up photograph of the rear passenger side tail light area.
Does that photo depict what you saw that day?
Yes, it does.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction?
Yes.
With the court's permission, I'd like to use that as an exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Exhibit 140.
May I show it to the jury, Your Honor?
Yes.
P-161, please. Could you describe what you saw?
Yes, that is the rear passenger tail light of the vehicle.
Is that how it appeared when you first walked in that day?
Yes, it is.
You can take that down. Thank you. When you examine an item like a car, do you take any type of efforts to protect from contamination?
Yes.
What do you do?
Before processing or touching any item of evidence, I'll put on gloves. I use disposable instruments whenever possible, or if I need to use reusable instruments, I will spray them with a 10% bleach solution prior to use. I also change gloves often while I'm examining a vehicle and keep my notes and my pens that I'm writing my notes with. I don't put on gloves when I touch those, and then when I go back to examining the vehicle, I will then re-put on gloves to protect the evidence.
If you see something of note, something that stands out to you, do you have any way of marking the item?
Yes, I take diagrams at the scene and note on my diagrams anything of note. And as I had said, if there's anything that I also want close-up photographs, then I will request the crime scene services trooper who's assigned to crime scene to take those photographs.
Do you ever put any type of markers on the item itself?
Yes, generally I will mark the items with either a letter or a number so that I'm able to refer back to them both in my notes, and I'm able to refer to them when I look at the photos.
When you mark different items or observations that you make, do you give a specific number to each item for to memorialize it?
Yes, I will either use a lettering system or a numbering system.
And how do you memorialize it? Do you put it in writing?
Yes.
What do you do?
On my diagram, I will refer to something, for example, as letter A, and then I'll also mark that item using a marker on the item of evidence with the same letter so that I can connect and associate the photograph with my notes and anything that I collect as well.
In addition to the broken taillight that we just looked at, did you make observation of any other things? And I'm just asking generally, not asking you to specify.
Yes.
Were there other things that stood out to you?
Yes.
Did you take any swabs, to see if there was any biological evidence?
Yes, I did.
Where did you take swabs from as far as trace for blood?
I screened for blood on various areas of the undercarriage of the vehicle.
And what was the results?
Those were negative.
What does negative mean?
It means that there was no blood present in that area, or if there was, it was below the level of detection of our test.
Did you make any observations where you saw items or marks of interest?
Yes.
I want to ask you about any observations you made of the back bumper. Was there anything significant that you saw relative to the back bumper of that vehicle?
Yes.
And share with us what you saw.
There were scratches on the bumper as well as apparent pieces of glass on the bumper.
When you saw what you believe to be pieces of glass on the back bumper, what is the process you follow?
I gave those an identifying letter. I noted those items in my diagram, and then I eventually collected those items.
How do you collect them?
I would have used either disposable tweezers or tweezers that were cleaned with a 10% bleach solution.
After you collect the items, for example, glass on the back bumper, what do you do with that?
In that moment or later on?
Take us through from the moment you have it till the end.
So I would put those pieces of glass into a glassine envelope, which are then packaged in a larger manila envelope. They are sealed and dated and initialed with my dates and initials. Eventually, when I return to the lab, those pieces are given an item number and then secured in our cold room.
Is each piece of evidence given a separate item number?
Yes.
As far as the entire case, your entire response, not the separate pieces of evidence you may find, is it assigned a particular number or a case number?
Yes, each case will get a larger case number, and then each item within that case gets an individual item number, so that item can be tracked throughout the lab.
Do you remember from your memory what the case number of this investigation as far as your response was?
Yes.
Could you share that with us?
The case number assigned to this in the laboratory information system was 22-2184.
I want to go back to the glass in the bumper. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day?
Yes.
And could you generally describe what you see?
This is a close-up photograph of the apparent glass on the bumper of the vehicle.
Listen to evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
141.
Court's permission, I'd like to show P-167 to the jury.
Okay.
There are 2 pointers in front of you. Would you mind pointing out for the jury what stood out to you? And Ms. Gilman, could we get a little bit of a close-up on that bumper, please?
So I can see one of the, it's a little difficult to see, but I do see one of the larger pieces of apparent glass right here. Would it be better if I use this one?
Could you? Do you
Sure.
mind?
So this piece here is a larger apparent piece of glass. I think that was the largest one that I saw.
And those 2 white stickers, could you tell us what those are?
This sticker, this sticker here is marking where the apparent pieces of glass are.
Is there another sticker above, or is that?
I'm
just a
not
different
sure. If you could close up, I'm not sure what that is. Yes, so that is another sticker, and next to that sticker are additional pieces of glass.
Those items to the right of that picture, are those pieces of glass?
Yes, I would say that's an apparent piece of glass here, and this one.
Could we just go down to the bottom part again, please? Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that down. Did you collect what appeared to be items of glass?
Yes, I did.
Were they assigned a particular number?
Yes.
Do you know that number offhand?
I would have to refer to my notes.
With the court's permission?
Yes.
Thank you.
Please.
Those items were given the item number 3-3.
Did you focus on the right rear side of the vehicle beyond the broken taillight?
Yes.
Did you notice any damage, any scratches to the right quarter panel or the right side of that Lexus?
Yes, I did. I noticed some scratches as well as a dent in the rear door in that same area.
Let's start with the scratches first. When you notice scratches, is there a way you marked them?
Yes, I would have given them a letter.
And did you do that?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a photograph. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What does it depict?
It is a close-up photograph of one of the scratches on the right rear area of the vehicle.
that a fair and accurate representation of what you saw that day?
Yes.
All right, move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right.
Exhibit 142.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show the jury P-172.
Okay.
Could we close up just a little more, Ms. Gilman? Thank you. Starting at the bottom, what is that, ma'am?
That is a close-up of the scratches that I noted in that area.
Could you zoom out again, please, Ms. Gilman? Is that on the back bumper or the right quarter panel?
I believe it's on the right bumper. It's a little difficult to make out in that photo.
Could you zoom in again and move up just a little higher, Ms. Gilman? Thank you. You have another sticker on the top?
Yes, I do.
Do you know what that is?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is an apparent hair that I noted in that area.
So that doesn't designate a scratch. That's something entirely separate and different.
That's something different, correct?
We'll get to that later. I just want to point out that it's not a scratch. Now, you mentioned that you saw a scratch. Was it a singular scratch or a number of scratches? Could you zoom in, please, Ms. Gilman?
It was a couple of scratches.
Is there a number you designate if it's not a physical item, if it's something like a scratch, or the designations just for actual physical items?
I use the designation for both observations as well as physical items.
Would there be a number for the scratches?
Yes, well, there's a letter, yes.
Do you know what that letter is?
Yes, I believe it's D.
D. Okay, thank you. Take that down, please, Ms. Gilman. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you another photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
That is damage that I noted on the rear trunk door of the vehicle.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
When you say damage, what type of damage did you notice?
There was some scratches as well as a dent.
I'd like to move this into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 143.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show the jury P-176. Can we zoom in just a little bit more, please? You told us that you saw both dent and scratches. Starting with the scratches with the pointer on the TV to your right, could you show us where you saw further scratches?
So the scratches are up above, and then down here, there's chipped paint and a dent.
And where is the dent in relation to the scratches?
Just below it.
Could we zoom in a little more if we could, Ms. Gilman, please? Can you see in this photograph the dent that you saw?
Yes, I was referring to this area here as a dent in my observations.
Thank you. You can take that down, please. You mentioned a hair. I'm going to ask you some questions. How many pieces of hair did you find attached to that Lexus?
I found one apparent piece of hair on the Lexus.
Was there a designation number for the hair that you found?
Yes.
Do you remember what that number is?
I used the letter A for that particular item.
Did you say letter A, ma'am?
Yes, correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you two photographs. You take a look at the first photograph, please. Do you recognize that picture?
Yes, I do.
And what's in that photograph?
This is a photograph of the apparent piece of hair I noted on the rear area.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day?
Yes.
Turn to the second photograph, please. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is an additional photo of the apparent hair on the vehicle.
Both photographs of the same piece of hair?
Yes.
And the second photograph, is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
I'd like to move these two photographs into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, it's A and B, please.
144A and 144B.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show P173 to the jury. If you could get in as close as possible, Ms. Gilman. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And can you share with us what you saw?
This is a close-up photo of the apparent piece of hair on the rear of the vehicle.
What did you do when you saw that, what you thought to be a piece of hair?
I marked it with the tape. I designated it as letter A, and then I asked the crime scene services trooper to take a photograph of it.
Did you try to preserve it in any way?
Yes, I did.
Tell us how you preserved that apparent piece of hair.
I collected that hair with either disposable tweezers or tweezers that had been bleached with a 10% bleach solution. I put them in a glassine envelope and then put them in a larger manila envelope. In a larger manila envelope.
What happens to that larger manila envelope?
It is returned back to the lab. It is submitted under the same case number and given its own individual item number.
Did you bring it personally back to the lab?
Yes, I did.
When you brought it back to the lab, do you remember where you brought it when you got back to the lab?
After it was entered into the computer system, I then sealed it, I initialed and dated it, and then I would transfer it to the crime scene response holding area in our cold storage room.
When you pass it along, is it to protect it in evidence, or is it for a purpose of further testing?
At that point, it's just to store it in evidence, and then it will make its way into whatever unit needs the piece of evidence first.
And you did all that with that piece of evidence?
Yes, I did.
I'd like to show the second photograph that you identified. I believe it's P165. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's an additional photo of the apparent piece of hair on the rear of the vehicle.
In the two different photos, are they taken from the exact same angle?
I believe they're taken from slightly different angles.
And the hair is, could you point that out with the pointer of the hair that you found?
This hair is the apparent hair.
Thank you. You can take that down, please. Regarding the damage to the broken taillight, did you have any interest in maintaining that piece of evidence?
Yes, I did.
What did you want to do?
I wanted to collect the entire taillight housing.
Why did you want to do that?
If there were pieces from the taillight that could be later matched to the taillight, I needed the entire housing to be processed at the lab.
Did you make efforts to try to maintain or remove or preserve that entire taillight housing?
Yes, I did.
What's a taillight housing?
Excuse me?
What is a taillight housing?
I'm referring to the entire piece, including the back, the glass covering, the light bulb inside. So it's in the entire unit.
Did you attempt to remove that entire unit yourself?
I did.
Were you successful?
No, I was not.
So what did you do?
A Canton police officer that was in the Sally Port at the time offered to help disconnect it with some tools that he had.
Have you ever seen whether there's video that memorialized that entire event?
Yes, there is.
And have you ever watched that video?
Yes, I did.
Does that video show you attempting to remove the housing and then receiving assistance from somebody?
Yes.
When that housing was removed, what happened to it?
I then placed it in a box, I believe I placed it in a paper bag in a box. And then once I brought it back to the lab, I added additional cushion with additional paper to protect it from any further damage.
Were you going to keep that housing, or were you going to put that in evidence for other reasons?
That was put into evidence storage for the time being.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph I took of the taillight housing back at the laboratory upon examination.
Is that in substantially the same condition as when you saw it?
Yes.
Any differences whatsoever from when you saw it?
Not that I noticed, no.
Is that photograph fair and accurate of what you saw that day?
Yes.
All right, move this photograph into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
45.
With the court's permission, I'd show photograph P187 to the jury, please.
Okay.
Could you tell us what that is?
That is a photo that I took of the taillight housing at the laboratory.
And that's after it's obviously removed from the vehicle.
Yes, that's correct.
And that was packaged and preserved?
Yes.
You could take that down, please. Do you have the actual item, the actual housing with you?
I believe it is here, yes.
With the court's permission, I'd ask the witness to be able to open the item, show it to the jury, and then I would move it into evidence.
Okay.
Thank you. If you would you please remove the item from that box?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Do you have gloves available?
I brought gloves, yes.
You could hold that so the jury can see it. If you could hold it up high, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. If you could return that to the box. I would move this item into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
There are additional items in that box as
Oh,
well.
I only want to introduce that one item.
Okay, so it's in your bag. You need to take that bag out.
There are also other items in that bag.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Yes, why don't you call in? Actually, Paul, the lunch is here? All right, jurors, the lunch isn't here, so this seems like a good time to take a break. We'll see you in about 50 minutes. Yeah, she can stay right here.
Of course.
Okay, jurors, right this way, please. Please rise for the jury.
I mean, was there any hair on the tail light? I missed it. I missed the big. I just got done.
See what they're doing here.
Quiet, folks, still on the record. Thank you.
What? A hair from his arm. Yeah, okay, so I'm seeing in the comments, well, in the chat that one strand of hair was left on the tail light and the snow was packed inside. Is that what she said? Okay, so they are on lunch in a Diddy trial too. So I will jump over there. So we can get now, Tyler, just the bumper, which didn't match the glass that they found on the whoa. So it's a fact that random glass was just turned in and they said it belonged to Karen's car. Wow. Wow. Okay. So picking up on Diddy, I have all the sores on my tongue. I have another UTI. What sores? Friction in my mouth. From what? Oral sex. You said another UTI, then sad face emoji. I was open with him about them. So you feel sick? Let's pause this a little bit into 140. Yeah, I'm going to go back over. Okay, so you feel sick. Why are you sorry? I took the blame for things. Which escort would go to sex clubs with you and Sean? Jules or Jules? I think it's Jules, y'all. Jules, the escort from the Intercontinental in LA. Yes. Did you want to have sex with Jules ever? No. Laughs, but I knew him. Why would you do it, Sean? Who was present when Sean put his hands on you at freakouts? Sometimes the escort was there too. In the same room. In the same room? Yes, Jules. And in the suite? Yes. Were they aware? Objection. Overruled. Yes. The escorts would ask me if I was okay afterward. In what cities did he put hands on you? New York, LA, Miami. How frequently? Too frequently. What's the Abbey? A gay club in LA. I went there with my friend. Where were you going? To a music festival in Canada run by Drake. Sean came to my home and tried to attack me. I was thrown into the bed frame. What's this? A photo of my eye afterward. Who took you to the doctor? D-Rock. Did you send this photo to Sean? Yes. And I wrote, so you can remember. I wanted him to be sorry about it at least. In this photo, where were you? In the green room in Toronto. I put my hair over my eye. Then we went to the Hamptons. Sean wanted to have a freak off in the Hamptons. We got a hotel and an escort. Which one? Dave. I took GHB. I went into a G hole and blacked out. I woke up nude in the shower. Dave and Sean were freaking out. I bugged out. It wasn't pretty. Then what? I spoke to a friend of Sean's, and then we had a freak off. What's this? My eyebrow healed up a little bit. A week later, I have a permanent scar on my eyebrow. What's this? Me at the Canes Festival. What happened at Canes? Sean accused me of taking drugs from his boat. He threw me off, but my passport was still on the boat. And you were on the red carpet the same night? Yes. Did you attend the movie? Yes. How did you get back to New York? On a commercial flight. I traded my seat to get away, but he traded to get next to me. What did he show you? Freak off videos. He played them for me on one of his laptops. He said he'd release them. How did you feel? Trapped. When you landed in New York, what did you do? We went to dinner. Then he wanted to have a freak off, so we had a freak off. Why did you do it? To make him not threaten me. Let's read these from June 13, 2013. Has Sean been violent with you before this? Yes. Had you told him before you didn't want to do freak offs? Yes. You said you needed GHB? Yes. And that 2 escorts not available. I wrote only Paul available or Jake, the white guy, but he can't do until 11. The other guy can do earlier. It's just one more person knowing our secret. What did you mean? The freak offs. What is SLS? A hotel in Hollywood. When would you take Valium before freak off? When I had anxiety. Sean's driver was bringing me the Valium. It was Raheem, I think. Jurors, you can take lunch now. Mrs. Is it Slavic? Are there still disagreements on the exhibits? Yes, the defense wants the exhibit to be longer and about masturbation. They wanted to cut off at look at my iPad. We just heard this morning about videos on his device, so this is relevant. We can agree to more, something less than 10 pages. And now Hicker Fink for the witness known as Mia, he says, is a jury instruction about victims. Hector Fink. Mia would have taking this to her grave. I don't know how to support if we can't discuss her pain, what she went through. We will not put words in her mouth. Her nerves are through the roof. Child. We're trying to prevent witnesses being counseled on how to testify, what to say, what not to say. Anything else? Okay. Would that be acceptable? I'm afraid she'll have a moment, lose it, then ask me, did I forget something? I worry. Baby, the witnesses don't even really want to testify. Chayden left it. Chayden burnt out. I literally have no words. I believe this was the final straw for JT. Miami messing with him, and she didn't want Ish to do with Diddy. I think it's deeper. I think it's deeper than that, Skin. I think it really had to do with Uzi not liking. I don't think JT really cared who Carisha messed with, because she know Carisha. I feel like it was really about Uzi not liking it. So no, no, no. Hello, I'll be off camera for this call. I'm not sure who Mia is either, though, Beta. I think she's just one of those. She's a witness. So I'll get us something to watch in between time in the meantime. Yeah, from a product perspective, we're still determining the solution for this. We've had a few calls over the last few weeks on how we're actually going to support this. We still have some open questions around what has been promised to T-Mobile from a requirements perspective. So I don't know if sounds like this is the right group to pose those questions to, but we yeah. All right, I'm finding something. Sorry.
I knew Sammy died after a very
We just
quick
need to
illness,
correct the name of the beneficiary and
and he just
obviously.
he didn't he could not read, and it was
Interesting.
the trial schedule and the screening. I received in the state's pretrial statement. Have you seen that?
I just did, yes.
Your Honor, may I be
Yes,
excused?
go ahead. Thank you. The state's pretrial statement indicate there was some witness scheduling issues. If we get the jury sat on the 30th and impaneled on the 30th, the last Friday in May, and we have our opening statements and begin testimony and evidence Monday, June 2nd, you indicated that, the state indicated you would run out of witnesses either Wednesday or sometime Thursday.
Correct. That are available that week, yes.
Right, and then so we'll definitely go dark on Friday the 6th. I had initially indicated we would be in trial on that day, but if we can't have any witnesses here, we'll be dark on that day, and we'll indicate that for screening purposes for the jurors. I think we'll still indicate that we'll be in trial on the 5th, and we'll have to play that by ear. Maybe we will be dark, maybe we won't. But as far as when you resume on the 9th, you said you thought you would have 3 witnesses left at that point?
Correct.
Do you have an anticipation? Are those witnesses that would each take a whole day, or?
I think it's possible I could finish that day.
So ultimately what I'm getting at is trying to drill down the schedule and screening for the jury. Do we not need to screen them for the week of the 23rd?
Obviously, I just received the defendant's 15.2 that lists 2 different expert witnesses. I did request that they actually comply with Rule 15.2 and give me any information about any of these experts. They've also listed other witnesses. So because of that, I would still screen them for the other week.
Well, maybe we should address that. Is there still no report from Lonnie Dworkin that the state's received?
I've received nothing.
Do you have some sort of expert report you were disclosing?
We will, Your Honor, yes. When?
Well, when is that going to be? Because it's way past due.
So the state did receive the affidavit from Lonnie explaining the things, which is why they turned over late discovery in the middle of trial. So we did have that. He's working on a few things for us as well now, and I will get with him as soon as possible and get that report to you as soon as possible.
All right, well, it's depending on what's in that report, it is likely to be precluded at this point, but I'll keep an open mind on that, and I guess we'll wait and see. Let's talk about, for the purposes of scheduling.
Your Honor, and just there's one other person that I'm Googled.
I'm going to ask her about the other witnesses. I received your supplemental witness list, I think yesterday. You have, in addition to Mr. Dworkin, you have Weaver, Barkman, again, Detective Moffett, Jeffrey White, Melanie Gibb, and Zulema Pastanas.
Zulema Pastanas.
Okay. Was Detective Moffett also involved in this case?
He was involved with the case agent of this case while he was the case agent of the other case, correct?
Okay. So he may or may not have, he may have relevant information. Again, I guess that's a wait and see. What about, who's Weaver Barkman?
So he's a ballistics expert.
Is that an expert? So that's an expert. Do you have an expert report that's been disclosed?
Not yet, Your Honor. We're working on it.
Your Honor, since I have not noticed a ballistics expert, that's a big problem, because if I get something, then I would have to do that. So the defendant's, again, extremely late violation of all rules of criminal procedure is a problem.
It is a problem. Who's Jeffrey White?
My investigator.
Oh, okay. And do you have an idea of in what capacity you think he would be called?
Well, we had made a request from the state for the car door and the window that the bullet supposedly hit, and we were going to have him inspect that as well. We have recently found out that those 2 things do not exist. So I'm not sure what they're going to be putting up as far as ballistics in their case in chief. So I was trying to have someone who could be able to look at whatever reports they're trying to put up and rebut anything that they're saying.
Is Mr. White an expert in that area?
Mr. Weaver?
No, I said Jeffrey White.
He's my investigator.
Right, that's who I was asking, who has relevant information. What's Mr. White's relevant information for, why might he be called as into trial?
Because he's interviewing the witnesses as well, the defense witnesses.
So is it some sort of extrinsic impeachment if they,
Correct.
what about Melanie Gibb?
So Melanie Gibb and Zelina Pastenas were both initially noticed in the state's 15.1. They have not noticed them again. I don't know if they can still call them if they're on their list, but
Have you,
they have relevant information to this case.
have they been presented for an interview by the state?
They've both been interviewed multiple times by the state.
I mean, not by police officers, I mean by either the prosecutor or someone in her office for, in preparation for trial.
In this case,
Yeah, in either case,
not that I'm aware of.
have they been subpoenaed?
The subpoenas are out.
What relevant information would they have?
They have relevant information to Brandon Boudreaux
Okay.
and around that
What
time.
is the nature of that relevant information?
It will come apparent if they have to get up and testify, Your Honor. I will only call them if I need
Well, they're
them.
gonna be precluded if you can't give me some minimal, what relevant information they have. Just saying that they're relevant doesn't make them relevant. Okay?
Yes, and is this procedure that I have to say what each of my witnesses are relevant ahead of time and give my whole case in chief over to the state? It is?
Yeah.
That's
just
how
like-
it works?
like
That's
this-
the rules of law?
Stop interrupting me. Yes, that is the rule of law. That's just what the state does. They tell you what relevant information each witness has. So my answer is yes. So if you can't tell me what relevant information they have, they'll be precluded.
They both have had dealings with Brandon Boudreaux and Alex Cox. So
Okay, so does someone, that was a server for them at a restaurant. It doesn't make them have relevant information as to this case. Anyone who came into contact with Mr. Boudreaux or Mr. Cox had some interaction with them at some point in their lifetime does not make them a relevant witness. So what is their relevance?
the state had them on their witness list and they're saying they're not relevant?
Apparently not. Are you calling them?
No, they're not on my,
Police interview however many people they interview because they're working on the case. They don't know who has relevant information, who doesn't have relevant information. All the people that they interview don't end up being relevant. So because they're listed in a police report somewhere, doesn't necessarily make them relevant.
Okay, their relevance lies in if they have to rebut something that the state puts on in their case in chief. They're just called in case they need them. They're subpoenaed in case I need them.
All right. It sounds like they don't have relevant information. However, I'll include these names on the potential witness list for screening the jurors if the jurors have any knowledge of any of these witnesses out of an abundance of caution. That's really the purposes for today is the questionnaire that goes out to the jurors. So I will include these witnesses. Again, Mr. Dworkin, Mr. Barkman, if they're expert witnesses that haven't provided any sort of report or expert witness testimony, they're likely to be precluded as witnesses. But I'll include them on the witness list. I think what I'm hearing is you said you might finish on the 9th or the 10th? I'm going to indicate on the questionnaire to the jurors, potential jurors, that the trial is likely to end by June 13th, Friday, June 13th. However, I'll include that Monday, the 23rd as and kind of say, if needed or if required, might go to June 23rd out of an abundance of caution. So I'll finalize that questionnaire. It's pretty much done, and it's pretty much the same as the last one, except for the names of the witnesses, the specific allegations, and then I removed the question about viewing medical examiner autopsy type photos because that's not needed in this case. But I'll send you guys out a copy. Actually, I could probably finish it in the next couple minutes and print out a copy so you have it before you leave here today. That questionnaire, I need to get with the jury office. I think we were talking about sending it out the 22nd and cutting it off the 28th or 27th. And then we'll meet again on the 29th in this courtroom to go over the responses. That'll be at 1 p.m. on the 29th.
Your Honor, in light of the juror misconduct or the alleged juror misconduct, I have to object to us having so much information go out about my personal information in that jury questionnaire. Do you not think that was a problem?
What personal information?
The state versus Lori Daybell.
That's the name of the case.
Yeah, but you don't put that on anyone else's questionnaire or one other person that's ever had that questionnaire ever put out with their name on it. They just don't do it.
Do it in every trial I've done.
Then the people are just going to Google it, and then we're going to have the same exact problem we had getting a jury for that case. We're going to have the same exact problem.
Are you done? Are you just going to keep? Okay. How do we screen for if people have heard about you if we don't include your name? Do you have a response to that?
I'm just saying, you gave them the name, and they're just going to Google it.
They're instructed not to Google it. All right. And if you'll recall, when we had all the jurors come in person, one of the first questions I asked them in the afternoon was, who has looked up this case since you filled out the questionnaire? And we had 2 or 3 people raise their hand, and those people were excused. So I have to include your name to screen out for the people that know about your case. And we released about 100 jurors last time because of their answers to that. If we don't include your name, that's 100 extra jurors we have to go through in person and ask if they know you. And in fact, that increases the risk of tainting the rest of the jury pool. If we have someone stand up and say, yeah, I know about her case in Idaho where blah, 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 in front of the rest of the jurors, that'll burn the whole panel. We'll have to start over. So I'm going to include your name in the questionnaire. I don't think there was any other personal information or background information about you in that questionnaire other than your name. So was there any other issues you had with the questionnaire?
No, Your Honor.
So the schedule will be, we'll meet 1 p.m. to go over those answers on the 29th. On the 30th, we'll meet at 10. We'll have walk-in jurors that morning that will fill out the questionnaire. And then the people that survive are screening on the 29th, and those that survive the morning of the 30th will come in the afternoon of the 30th. This will be back in the courtroom we were in last time, 5D of the South Court Tower. Again, I expect to seat that jury at some point that afternoon. And then we'll plan on going Monday through Thursday, June 2nd to June 5th. Then June 9th to June 13th, and if need be, June 23rd.
Your Honor?
Yes.
I have to ask that you would recuse yourself from the obvious personal bias that you have against me and send us to master calendar for this scheduling of a trial.
And what personal bias is that?
A lot, obviously, the personal bias that you're showing right now and that you've shown on the FTR several times during the trial.
Okay, well, I don't have any personal bias, all right? I've over accommodated you on when you have to disclose things. In fact, your expert should be summarily precluded today, and I haven't done that. All right? So.
You denied every single one of my motions since for a year and a half that I've been here. Every single one of my motions has been denied. And have any of those motions not have merit? You've denied every single motion.
I think I was here this morning about 15 minutes ago when I granted your motion to meet with your attorneys over lunch hour. I have granted other motions of yours. Okay?
That's the first motion that you've ever granted
Well,
in my behalf.
file motions that have a legal basis and I might grant them.
So you're saying none of my motions have had merit?
Not many, no.
And none of the motions that my first team, you denied every one of my first team's motions. You denied every one of my second team's motions. And now you denied every one of my motions until today.
I haven't denied every one of your motions.
Every single one of their motions was denied. Every single one of the second team's motions were denied and all mine. So you didn't come into this with any bias against me in the first place?
Again, file a motion that has legal merit.
Accompanied by counsel for the defense?
Yes.
When items are stored in a bag, is it common for them to be transferred to other locations other than your evidence locker?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase that
Sure.
information?
When
that
you
question.
store a piece of evidence in an evidence bag and you put it in the evidence locker for safekeeping, does the evidence sometimes travel to other places?
Yes.
If it's tested for other types of information, maybe DNA or biological fluids, can that item be transferred to another department?
Yes.
Is sometimes that item brought back and forth to court for other proceedings?
Yes.
And do you know if this item has been on different travels over time?
I do know that it went into several different units within the laboratory, yes.
When you opened up the bag and you said the housing was in that bag, the other items that were in the bag, do you know when they were put in there?
No, I do not.
Do they appear to be pieces that are consistent with the taillight housing?
I can't testify to whether or not they're consistent.
Do you, when you saw the pieces, do you know whether or not any of the pieces broke off that taillight housing?
I do not know.
The taillight housing, did it have any loose pieces when you first retrieved it from the Canton Police Department?
No, it did not. It had missing pieces, but nothing was loose on the taillight housing itself at the time that I collected it.
And the loose pieces on the bottom of that bag, they were in the bag when you opened it this morning?
Yes, that's correct.
The loose pieces, last time you had an opportunity to open that bag was how long ago?
The only time I opened that, the packaging for the taillight housing was in the laboratory when I first examined it in 2023.
And do you have any indication this has passed many hands or hands since then?
I do know that that item went to the trace unit after I examined it.
Those loose pieces in the bottom of the bag, I'm going to ask you to keep them with the taillight housing.
Okay.
And I'm going to move that piece of evidence. Evidence, I may have one moment. Okay. One last question. When a bag is opened by somebody who's examining it, if there are small loose pieces accompanying the item, is it ever packaged in separate baggies or containers?
In the criminalistics unit, so I can only speak for myself and my individual examination, if there are loose items within the item that's packaged with it, I would separate it and potentially separate into a smaller package and put it inside the larger container so that it doesn't get lost.
In addition to the loose pieces in the bottom of that bag, do you see separate small containers, packaging of
Yeah.
smaller pieces?
Yes, there were 2 smaller containers within that larger bag.
And those smaller packages that are separate from the actual larger item, did you put smaller pieces in those small bags?
I did not do that.
It's done by somebody other than you.
At some point, yes.
Okay. I now move to introduce that into evidence.
No objection, subject to the explanation and cross-examination, Your Honor.
Okay.
Could you present that?
Yes.
Yes.
And you can keep the gloves on. I just want to be able to show the small.
Oh,
separate
okay, that's fine. I'll just
packaging
get it here.
after it's marked.
Sure.
Exhibit 146.
You've already showed us the housing. Can you show us some of the small pieces in the bottom of the bag and also the small separate packaging that you did not package?
Yes.
Thank you. Could you explain what those are?
These are two small glassine envelopes that were in the container.
Any markings on those envelopes?
Yes. Would you like me to read them?
Please.
Um, Some of it is illegible to me. I didn't write it. Oh, I'm sorry. It appears to be at least the second half of the case number. It's possible that's the 2202184. 3-1 pieces E, G, I'm not sure if it's an M or an H, I, S, K. This also has a case number 22-02184. 3-1 assorted small pieces.
Thank you. And was there any pieces that weren't packaged other than the housing in that bag?
Yes.
And could you show us, please?
This item was also located in the bag. And these two items were also located in the bag.
Thank you very much. May I approach? Yes. I'll take that. When you brought the taillight housing back to the lab, did you take it out of the bag and do anything with it?
Yes, during my examination, I did remove it from the bag to look at it.
When you, after you looked at it or during your observations, did you take any samples from it?
Yes, I did.
Explain to us what you did.
I took a polyester swab, I moistened it with sterile water, and then I applied that swab to the external front areas of the taillight.
Why did you do that?
My goal was to collect any potential biological material that was present on the exterior of the taillight.
Did you engage in that procedure pursuant to your training and experience?
Yes, I did.
If we could have former P-187 back on the screen, which is now an exhibit. Could you use the pointer and the television to your right? Could you show us or show the jury where you took a swab? What areas?
Yes.
Thank you.
So I took my collection from this upper right-hand corner, the red apparent plastic, as well from this area down here, another piece of red plastic, and then these clear apparent plastic here on the front of the taillight housing. Basically, any areas that would have been exposed when the taillight was intact.
Why do you take the swab and go to multiple different parts of an item?
The goal of this collection was just to determine if there's any biological material in that area. And there's no forensic relevance related to if it came from the upper right or the lower left. I took that collection as a whole. And in addition, there was a very small surface area to begin with.
When you took the swab, did you run it along the breaks in the red part?
Like the edges here?
Yes, the edges.
It's possible, yes, that I collected from those edges.
Do you have a memory of what part you actually swabbed?
I remember swabbing the external areas of the taillight, those that would have been on the outside prior to any damage being done.
Thank you. You can take that down, please. After you engage in the procedure of taking a swab, what do you do to preserve that swab?
That swab is air dried. It's then repackaged in a small glassine envelope. A portion of the swab is also put in a clear plastic tube, which is sent forward to the DNA unit.
Did you do that?
Yes, I did.
Why do you go through that type of procedure? Why do you take that many steps?
I'm sorry, may I correct my answer from the
Please.
last question?
Please.
My apologies. So in this particular instance, the entire swab was cut up and put into plastic tubes for further testing.
Why did you do it that way?
This item was quantity limited. The swab itself was quantity limited, meaning that they'd have to use up the whole swab in order to run DNA analysis.
Did you do DNA analysis on the swab?
No, I did not.
Why not?
I don't work in the DNA unit, so that is the job of a different analyst.
And at some point, did you take that item that had been preserved and put it into evidence?
Yes, I did.
Were you shown a bag full of red plastic cups with an item in it when you were at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I was.
Could we have Exhibit 56, please? Thank you. This is a photograph that's been marked as an exhibit. Do you recognize what's in that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
Those are 6 red plastic cups that contained frozen red-brown stains.
Did you do anything relative to the content of those cups?
I took a collection from one of the cups using 2 sterile cotton swabs.
Can you just briefly explain what that process entails?
Yes. I allowed the frozen red-brown stains to thaw. I applied sterile water to 2 cotton swabs, and then I applied it to one of the red-brown stained cups to collect the material from inside.
How do you preserve and maintain the integrity of whatever sample you collect?
That sample is then entered into a glassine envelope, a large aluminum envelope. It is then sealed with my initials and date. It is given an independent item number and stored within the proper unit within the lab.
Take that down. Thank you. At some point, did you look at clothing?
Yes, I did.
Where did you look at clothing?
I examined the clothing from this case at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
Was the items brought to the crime laboratory?
Yes, they were.
Did you have a chance to unpackage them?
Yes, I did.
When you received them, how were they stored?
They were stored in brown paper bags and potentially boxes. I don't remember off the top of my head.
And did you look at a number of different items of clothing?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a series of 4 photographs. I'm going to ask you about each one of them individually. You recognize the first photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph I took of a gray sweatshirt.
Does that photograph accurately depict the sweatshirt as it appeared to you when you looked at it?
Yes, it does.
You look at the second photograph, please. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is an additional photograph of the front of the gray sweatshirt where I had put some markings on the sweatshirt.
Why did you put markings on the sweatshirt?
These markings specifically are noting areas of damage.
Third photograph, please. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And what's in that photograph?
This is a close-up photo of the area of damage that I denoted as 1.
And a fourth photograph, please. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a close-up of area damage 1.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day when you examined this particular item?
Yes.
I move these 4 photographs into evidence.
I could just see them quickly. No objection, Your Honor.
So let's mark them one exhibit A, B, C, D, please.
Exhibit 147, A, B, C, and D.
Thank you. With the court's permission, could we please show former P190 to the jury?
Yes.
Is that one of the photographs you just recognized?
Yes, it is.
And could you explain to us what you see?
This is the exterior front of the gray sweatshirt. There is linear damage between the top and bottom of the sweatshirt, as well as linear damage across each sleeve of the sweatshirt.
Do you see the cut down the front of that sweatshirt?
Yes.
Did you distinguish that cut as any different than the damage on the arm?
I did not do any damage analysis on that particular area of damage.
Why not?
Typically in these type of events, you'll see those types of damage associated with clothing being removed from emergency medical technicians, so they're not forensically relevant.
Thank you. If we could turn now to former P194. Is this the same sweatshirt?
Yes, it is.
And there's a little bit difference, is markings or tabs on it?
Yes, that's correct.
What are you doing there?
I put tabs on each of the areas of damage on the sleeve and 2 on the chest that I was going to examine further.
When you put the tabs on, do you write a report or mark it in any way to memorialize it in case the tabs fall off?
Yes, in this case, they were marked tabs 1 through 9. Those are not permanent on the sweatshirt. They're actually just pieces of filter paper that I used to mark it.
Could we, Ms. Gilman, zoom in on that right arm, please? Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. What is written on those tabs?
Each tab has a number on it that corresponds with an area of damage that I examined.
And when you write a report, when you memorialize it, is that to keep an accounting of each?
Yes, that's correct.
If we could turn now to former P196, which is 147C. What does that depict, ma'am?
That is a close-up of the area of damage 1 that I did further examination on.
Could we zoom in a little bit on the, yes, the circle part? Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what it looked like when you examined it?
Yes, it is.
And finally, if we could have P197, which is exhibit 147D. What are you doing there?
That's a close-up photo of that same area of damage 1 with a scale included.
We just saw a close-up of one of the holes that was marked number 1. Did you do the same analysis for each and every one of those areas that you marked?
Yes, I did.
And did you look close up at each and every one of them and measure each and every one of them?
Yes, I did.
Are there photographs showing all of those different angles for each and every hole that you went through?
Yes, I took numerous photographs of each area of damage.
You could take that down, please. In addition to that sweatshirt, did you look at any other clothing items?
Yes, I did.
Court's permission, can I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm showing you 2 photographs. If you could look at the first one, do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is item 7-17. It's an orange t-shirt.
Is it fair? Thank you. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the t-shirt when you examined it?
Yes, it is.
And the second photograph, please, take a look.
Yes.
Do you recognize what's in that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is the other side of the orange t-shirt.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the t-shirt when you examined it?
Yes, it is.
I remove these two photographs of evidence, please?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibits 148A and B.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show P232 to the jury.
Okay.
Could you tell us what you see?
That is a photograph of item 7-17 is the back of the orange t-shirt.
Could we zoom a little in on the numbers on the bottom, Ms. Gilman? What's that on the bottom?
That is the case number, the individual item number for that t-shirt, my initials, and the date that I examined it, or the date that I took the photo.
So you had obtained this item on that date, or this is when you examined it and already had it?
That is the date that I opened it up, examined it, and took the photo.
And on the left, what's that ruler used for?
That's a scale just to show the size of the item.
Could we zoom back out and get a full look at that? Thank you. If you could turn next to P233, Ms. Gilman. What is that a photograph of?
That is a photograph of the front of the orange t-shirt, item 7-17.
Ms. Gilman, can we first see the bottom left-hand corner, zoomed in a little bit? Thank you. Why did you place a marker there?
I used markers on this item to note areas of staining that I was going to do further analysis on.
Did you do further analysis of that stain area?
Yes, I did.
And how did you do that? Any different than the swab you talked about before?
This I screened for blood, and I'd have to check my notes for any further testing I did on it.
When you screened it for blood, was it a positive or negative result?
That was positive.
Do you know if you did anything further with it?
May I check my notes?
With the
Yes.
court's permission? Thank you.
Can you turn the lights up, please? Thank you.
Please.
Yes, I also performed a confirmatory test for blood on that stain.
So what's the difference between a preliminary and a confirmatory test?
A screening test, other types of materials may cause a positive reaction. For the confirmatory test, it is confirmatory for blood, as well as it indicates human blood, although you might get a positive reaction from primate blood or ferret blood.
Can we now turn to the top right and zoom in if you would? We see 3 tabs there. What are you looking for in those areas?
Those are 3 additional red-brown stains that I performed further testing on.
And do you have the results of that testing?
So I performed a screening test on each of those tests, and each of those screening tests was positive. I performed a confirmatory test on stains A and C, which were also positive. I did not perform that test on stain B due to its small size.
If you could zoom out just a little bit, please. Similar to the sweatshirt, there's long cuts through the front of that t-shirt. Is your analysis and opinion any different than the similar cuts that you saw on the sweatshirt?
Yes, I did not perform any additional analysis on those area of damage due to the fact that they're most likely attributed to the emergency medical technicians or medical personnel removing that item of clothing.
Thank you. You could take that down, please, Ms. Gilman. And for the final piece of clothing, did you have a chance to look at pants?
I did look at a pair of jeans, yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I handed you 2 photographs. The first one, do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is a photograph of the front of the pair of jeans, item 7-1.
Could you look at the second photograph, please? Do you recognize what's in that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph of the back of the pair of jeans, item 7-1.
Do both of those photographs fairly depict what you saw when you examined the clothing?
Yes, they do.
I move these 2 to evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Exhibits 149A and B.
With the court's permission, I'd show P242, which is 149A, to the jury.
Okay.
Was there anything of note when you examined these pants?
These pants also had linear damage between the top and the bottom, which would be consistent with cuts made by emergency medical personnel when removing the item.
If we could zoom in to show those cuts, Ms. Gilman. And could we scroll down, please? Thank you. If we could next show P243, which is 149B. Could you zoom in on the top part of those pants, please? Do you make any observations or notes about the pants?
May I look at my notes, please?
With the court's permission, please. Thank you.
I noted numerous red-brown stains on the clothing, as well as dirt and debris on the clothing.
What part of the pants did you note the dirt and debris?
It was just a general observation. I didn't specifically denote where it was.
Ms. Gilman, could you scroll from the top to the bottom of the pants, please? Thank you. You can take that down, please. Did you perform any additional testing relative to the clothing that you examined, that being the sweatshirt, the t-shirt, and the pants?
I performed numerous tests on each of the red-brown stains on the items that I marked.
After you completed examining the red and brown stains, did you do any other type of testing or evidence collection relative to the clothing?
Yes, I did.
Could you share with the jury what you did as far as further evidence collection relative to the clothing?
Can we take it item by item? How would you
sure
prefer
can.
to do it?
Let's start with the sweatshirt.
Okay. So in addition to testing the red-brown stains, I collected any stain that was positive or confirmatory for blood. After performing that collection, I also performed a collection around the tears on the right sleeve of the item. That's using 2 cotton swabs moistened with sterile water, which I vigorously rubbed around the areas of the teared areas on the sleeve. I also performed an additional scraping and swabbing of the unstained area of the sweatshirt for any potential skin cell recovery. In addition, I performed a debris collection from the sweatshirt.
I want to stop you there. I want you to explain to us in some detail, what is a debris collection and how do you undergo a debris collection?
After I've completed all the testing that I'm going to do on the item, I remove any large items that may be present on the item, such as apparent hairs or fibers, anything that I can pick off, I can visibly see with a pair of tweezers. Once that is done, I will do I did a general debris collection where I took a large metal spatula-shaped object and scraped the clothing, or in this particular case, the sweatshirt. And any debris that came off the sweatshirt was put into a glassine fold and preserved.
Before you tried to scrape off any debris that was on the sweatshirt, could you, to your own eye, see any debris in the sweatshirt?
May I check my notes?
Yes.
In this particular case, I did pick off a couple of pieces of what I termed black debris. I made no additional analysis of that item. I packaged that separately, and then the scrapings themselves, I did not make any observations of anything contained in those scrapings. So there was nothing of note that I could have put in my notes to further classify them.
When you do the scraping, is there a table or a desk that you would see small pieces or difficult pieces? How do you contain what you're scraping from an item?
I lay out a piece of glassine paper, which is approximately 6 inches by 6 inches, and I scrape the debris into that glassine, and then I fold it up and put it in an additional envelope to prevent anything from falling out.
So if there's any debris, you would fold it in the glassine and then put that in a separate envelope?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you continue to study and scrape the other pieces of clothing?
Yes, I performed that same type of scraping on the orange t-shirt. That scraping was combined with the scrapings from the sweatshirt. I performed the same scraping on the jeans as well as the boxer shorts.
In that scraping process, did you acquire debris?
Yes, there was some visible debris.
How small were the pieces?
I did not make any measurements of it.
Why not?
That's done by a different analysis unit, so I didn't do any type of analysis on that debris.
How small or large were the pieces of debris that you scraped from the clothing?
I did not take any measurements of them.
How did you store the debris that you scraped from the clothing?
It was put into a glassine fold, given a separate item number, and then put into a larger glassine fold so that it could be tracked throughout the laboratory.
Do you have that item number?
Yes, I do. So the debris from the sweatshirt and t-shirt was item 7-18.18.
I'm going to ask you one more time for that number.
7-18.18.
And that's the debris that you scraped from the shirt and the sweatshirt.
Correct.
Did you do any debris scrapings from the pants?
Yes, I did.
Was any debris produced from the pants?
Yes.
Was it similarly packaged?
Yes, that's correct.
Was there a different item number given for the pants?
Yes.
And what was that item number?
May I check my notes?
Yes.
Thank you. That item number, the debris from the jeans, was 7-1.8.
Those two items, the debris that you acquired from those clothing items, did you send them anywhere?
I put those in our secured storage unit, and they were later forwarded on to the trace unit for analysis.
They later went to the trace unit?
Yes, that's correct.
When you arrived at Canton on February 1st, 2022, do you recall what the weather was like outside?
I don't recall. I just know that it was winter.
You said when you first get to a scene, you have a conversation about the investigators' information to help your assessment. And I don't want you to discuss what that conversation may have been, but did you have a similar conversation?
Yes, I did.
When you're looking at an item that's been stored, like in this case, a car, does the weather conditions, ice, cold, snow, ever preserve or maintain evidence on an item longer than it otherwise would stay?
I'm sorry, can you ask that one more time, please?
Does ice or snow or the weather ever maintain evidence longer than otherwise would stay? For example,
I don't have any data or information to that.
have you ever had an opportunity to view videos of the Lexus when it was first stored and the condition of snow and ice on it and the thawing process of that?
I don't believe that's the part of the video I saw, no.
You saw a video after the snow had already melted?
I don't know if the snow had melted. When I saw the vehicle, it did not have snow on it.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I approach the
Yes.
witnesses? Thank you. Your Honor,
Show
pursuant to
Mr. Brennan what you did. Okay.
pursuant to a stipulation with the Commonwealth, we've stipulated into evidence various documents. So what I'd like, with Your Honor's permission, and to the clerk,
Great.
have them marked as next in order, and then I'll proceed from there.
Thank you. Should any be marked A, B, and C, or are they each separate?
Separate, please.
Okay.
exhibits 150 through 153.
In your honor, there's one more exhibit that we have pursuant to stipulation to offer that evidence. Next in order.
Exhibit 154.
In your honor, if I could just show Mr. Wolf this to make this more efficient for the last one. Thank you, your honor. Thank you for that opportunity, Your Honor. And if I could, please, I'll leave these here. These are all going to be published with Your Honor's permission, but obviously the witness is going to need their perhaps.
So you can put them right on the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Leslie, may I approach for the witness? Thank you. You may need this.
Sure, thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hartman.
Good afternoon.
Is it acceptable to you for me to refer to you as Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
You were dispatched to the Sally Port at the Canton Police Department on February 1st, 2022 by former Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You understood at that time that Michael Proctor was the lead detective, the person who was in control of the investigation?
Yes, that's what I was informed of when I arrived.
While you were there, one of the things that you did initially was to conduct an overview of the vehicle meaning the black Lexus SUV that you talked about extensively on direct, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
That was important to you, given the limited information that you had at the time about what was contended to be a potential motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
That is something that I would do in any type of exam where I'm looking at a vehicle. I look at the overall vehicle.
So you were looking for anything possible that would rise to the level of investigative concern regarding that vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you're familiar with the parlance investigative concern, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's why you noted various items, for example, scratches on the vehicle.
Yes.
You didn't draw any conclusions as to where those scratches came from, though, did you?
No, I did not.
The dent that you noted and photographed that you discussed on your direct examination, you likewise made no conclusion as to the source or cause of that dent, correct?
That's correct.
And you did therefore not make any or draw any conclusions as to whether that dent was caused by any motor vehicle or pedestrian accident, correct?
Correct.
You're a forensic scientist too for the Massachusetts State Police Department, as I understand it?
Yes.
With regard to the taillight that you spoke about rather extensively on your direct examination, you likewise were not able to, and you make no conclusions as to the cause of that broken taillight, correct?
That's correct.
And you draw, therefore, no conclusions with regard to whether that taillight became in the condition that was discussed on direct examination pursuant to any alleged motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
Correct.
The dent, the scratches, the broken taillight on the Lexus to your knowledge, as you sit here today, could have existed before February 1st, 2022, when you went to Sallyport, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And to your knowledge, the dent, the scratches, the broken taillight could have existed before January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You also looked for, as you stated, tissue, blood, biological material, and things of that nature on the vehicle, correct?
Yes, I did.
In that inspection of the vehicle, you didn't see any visible stains or tissue on the vehicle, did you?
No, I did not.
You were told, Ms. Hartnett, that there were wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And at the time you went to the Sallyport on February 1st of 2022, you were not shown a photograph by anybody of the wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe, were you?
No, I was not.
However, you've seen since then a photograph of the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe and the wounds on that right arm, correct?
Yes, I have.
With your honor's permission, if I could publish Exhibit 1 in evidence?
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf? Ms. Hartnett, I'd ask you to take a look at that, and you recognize that what's depicted in that Exhibit 1, correct?
Yes, I do.
And you've seen that pattern of wounds on the right arm as depicted in a photograph of the decedent before, correct?
I've seen this photo before, yes.
You cannot state whether the wounds on the right arm as depicted in Exhibit 1 are from a motor vehicle, can you?
That would be on the scope of my expertise. I don't make any conclusions on injuries on a person.
So the answer is you cannot and do not make any conclusions with regard to the source of the wounds on the right arm as Mr. O'Keefe as depicted in that Exhibit 1, correct?
That's correct.
And you're also not able to state whether you observed anything on the vehicle.
Mr. Alessi, can we put are you done with this?
I'm not yet,
Okay.
Your Honor, but I will let the court know. It'll be shortly. Thank you. And you cannot state that you observed anything on the SUV that would cause the wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe as depicted in Exhibit 1, correct?
That is not a type of analysis I would perform.
So the answer to that question is no, you cannot state that you observed anything on the vehicle that would cause those wounds to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe?
Sustain.
We can now take that down, Your Honor. Thank you. Did you look toward the top of the lift gate of the Lexus vehicle when you were at the Sallyport Canton Police Department on February 1st of 2022?
Are you referring to the exterior or the interior?
Exterior.
I don't recall specifically looking at that area. I did an overall examination of the vehicle with exception to the actual roof of the vehicle. So I don't remember specifically looking at that area.
So as you sit here today, there is nothing notable with regard to that area of the vehicle, correct?
I had nothing in my notes regarding that area, no.
And as you sit here today, there's nothing you're recalling that is notable about the tap part above around the lift gate of the back of the SUV, correct?
That's correct.
Did anyone ask you to examine that area?
Not that area specifically, no.
Do you understand what I will refer to as the undercarriage of the vehicle?
Yes.
And what, just for the jury's better understanding, what are you referring to when you refer to the undercarriage of the vehicle? I know it may be common sense, but just to be clear.
What I understand the undercarriage to be, where if I was laying underneath the car, what I would be looking at, it include the muffler, various pipes, but that's the extent of my knowledge of vehicles.
So if we're talking about the back of the vehicle, and if we go sort of top to bottom, top where we were talking about the lift gate going all the way down, and then go to the bumper, and then go under the bumper and where it curls under the bumper, then what's the bumper and underneath and more a little toward the front, is that what you're referring to as the undercarriage?
Yes, just the general area underneath the vehicle, extending from under the bumper to the front of the vehicle.
Right, so the undercarriage is not merely from the back, but it's underneath all the way toward the front of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's
and you
correct.
refer to all, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. So all that area you refer to as the undercarriage.
Yes.
Did you notice anything of note in the undercarriage, as you just described it, of the vehicle?
No, I did not.
And as regards sampling that you discussed on your direct examination, did you take any samples of that undercarriage area of the vehicle?
I did not collect anything from the undercarriage, no.
And is the reason you didn't collect anything because you didn't see anything of note that was worthy of collection?
In addition to that, I also performed some testing of that area.
And what testing of that area did you perform?
I performed screening tests on some of the lower lying areas of the undercarriage, on the tire flaps, the edge of the bumper, the muffler pipe.
And what were the results of that testing, that screening testing?
Those results were negative.
And negative for what?
It was a screening test for the possible presence of blood.
So on the entire undercarriage, from where we started in the very back, all the way underneath, all the way up to the front, the screening test came back negative for any blood or other biological material or anything else of note that would be part of that screening test.
So I did not perform a screening test on the entire undercarriage. I just performed the screening test on the lower lying areas, and those were all negative. And there was also no visible staining in that area, so that is correct.
What I'd like to do now is to talk about sort of overall what we just discussed. So you discussed certain damage to the vehicle. You have no way, you had no way on February 1st, and you have no way today of knowing whether any or all of that damage was pre-existing before January 29th of 2022, correct?
That's correct.
So it's possible that all the damage that you've discussed could have existed before January 29 of 2022.
Yes, that's possible.
Are you aware of the odometer reading of the Lexus when it was in the Sallyport garage?
No, I'm not.
If we showed you a document in evidence that would have that on the mileage on the odometer, might that refresh your recollection as to what the mileage was?
That's not something I made a note of or even observed on the day that I was looking at the vehicle.
Okay, so you were there with Trooper Clark on February 1st, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Are you aware of whether Trooper Clark observed and took a picture of the odometer? Are you aware if that happened?
I'm not aware of that specific picture.
The mileage on the vehicle was of no interest to you in your inspection as a forensic scientist too?
So my role as a forensic scientist too is to look for potential biological fluids and trace materials on an item. The mileage would not be something that I have ever made note of in any of my examinations of the vehicle.
So but you do analyze damage, correct?
I perform damage analysis on textiles and softer materials, not on vehicles.
But you performed the damage analysis on this vehicle, correct?
No, that's not correct.
So you observed damage on this vehicle, correct?
Yes,
But although you observed damage for your role, your position is that the mileage is of not of interest regarding your role. If I got that correct?
correct.
Thank you. Moving on to another category, you spoke on direct examination about solo cups and 6 solo cups, and there were depictions put on the screen. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
So on February 1st, in addition to taking some swabs from the vehicle, you also mentioned that you took swabs of, as I recall it, frozen red-brown stains located inside the red solo cups?
Yes, that's correct.
Other than in this case, did you ever have to take swabs of red stain material from solo cups that people usually use for other purposes?
I've never performed a collection like that, no.
So this is the first time you ever performed a collection like that, correct?
I mean, the collection process itself is standard, applying the sterile water to the swabs and putting it in a potential stain of interest. However, no, I've never collected a sample from a red solo cup before.
Have you ever taken a sample from a red solo cup since that February 1st?
No, I've not.
How many swabs did you take with regard to the red solo cups?
I took 2 swabs.
How did you choose which of the 6 solo cups that you were going to take? And I understand you took 2. Did you take 2 swabs?
2 swabs, but they were considered the same sample. They were taken from the same cup, same stain.
That was what I wanted to get at, is you took 2 swabs, but they were from the same solo cup.
That's correct.
Do you recall how you chose which solo cup you were going to take the swab from?
I don't recall.
Could that be of significance, which one you chose and why?
In this particular case, I do not believe it's significant at the time.
Did you confer with anybody as to what might be the best solo cup from which to take the swab?
I did receive information about where those solo cups were collected from, which helped me in making that decision.
As a forensic scientist too, you're aware that blood stains can contain, and these red-brown stains here, could contain multiple contributors, correct?
In some instances, that is correct.
What's a multiple contributor?
A multiple contributor, I believe the term more used in the DNA unit. However, having many contributors to a particular stain just mean there may be multiple sources of that biological material.
Do you know which red-brown stains that are contended to be found at the scene relate to which solo cup in the bag that these solo cups were in?
The information I had at the time were that these were collected from a single stained area from beneath the victim.
But you don't have personal knowledge of that, correct?
No, that's correct. I was not present at the scene at 34 Fairview.
If the swabs were taken from multiple stains, you would have no way of knowing whether the swabs were taken from the same stain, correct?
Can you rephrase that, please?
Sure. If the swabs were taken from multiple stains, you wouldn't know where the swabs in particular came from?
So are you speaking of the swabs that I took?
Yes.
So the swabs that I took, I know came from one of those 6 cups. And I was informed that those 6 cups of red-brown stains came from a single stained area underneath the victim.
That information you just spoke about, was it put in any note that you read?
It was something that I had in my notes.
Did anybody else convey that information to you at the Sally Port?
I got that from an officer on scene at the Sally Port, but I do not recall which officer relayed that to me.
So it was verbal information you got from
That is correct.
person. Did that person show you any note or chain of custody or other document to support his or her statement in that regard?
No, they did not.
Ultimately, once you did take those swabs from a single solo cup, what did you do with the rest of the evidence in the cup?
That evidence was left with the Canton PD.
So you left the rest of the brown stained blood evidence from the solo cups with the Canton PD. You didn't take it back with you to your officer lab.
Correct.
DNA testing was not done on those swabs, was it?
I don't believe it was. No, no testing was done on those swabs.
So as we all sit here today, there has been no confirmation of whose blood those swabs relate to, correct?
At this time, those were not tested for blood at all, so I couldn't confirm that they're blood, and no additional testing was done. That is correct.
So therefore, we don't know any person or persons they might relate to.
That is correct.
And thus, we don't know if there were multiple contributors to those stains. Oh,
Sustained.
you testified that the remainder of the contents of the solo cup that you swabbed from, as well as the other 5 solo cups, were retained at the Canton Police Department, as you know, before you left. And that investigation, as you said at the time, was being headed up by former Trooper Proctor, correct?
That is correct.
Michael Proctor was at the Canton Police Department Sallyport location at the time you were performing your work on February 1st, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did Michael Proctor take control of those solo cups?
I do not know who took control of the solo cups. I know that I turned them over to a Canton police officer. I handed them to a Canton police officer.
Might Michael Proctor have taken control of those solo cups?
To my knowledge, it was a Canton police officer at that time. I don't know what happened to them after they were turned over to the Canton PD.
Why is it that you believe a Canton police officer had control over those cups rather than former Trooper Proctor?
Just from my actual memory, I remember turning them. They had collected the frozen red brown stains in the cups, so it was technically their evidence. I took the sample I needed from them, so I just returned it to the officer who had presented them to me.
So therefore, after you presented them, you don't know who took control of those cups. Is that a fair conclusion?
Yes, that's correct. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
That's okay. My question probably wasn't all that clear. Ultimately, during your work and inspection of the vehicle, the SUV, the right rear taillight housing was removed as you testified to on direct examination, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you testified that a Canton police officer sort of helped you with the last stage of the removal of that taillight?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know whether that officer was wearing, do you have a distinct recollection that that officer was wearing any special protective gloves?
I only know because I have seen the videos recently that he was wearing gloves.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your answer.
I only know that he was wearing gloves because I have recently seen the video. I do not have a firsthand memory of that.
You said you recently saw a video. When was that?
Monday.
And what was
Maybe, I'm sorry. Let me correct myself. What day is today? I saw it Thursday, excuse me.
And what was the circumstances under which you were reviewing a video?
I had just recently found out there was video, and it's just something I wanted to see in case I was shown it on the stand so I knew what it consisted of. I hadn't seen it prior to last Thursday.
Did you testify to that on your direct and I missed it, or did it not come up? Reviewing a video.
I'm sorry, yes, I believe I was asked if I had seen the video, and yes, I had.
Okay, thank you. Now back to the tail light. Mr. Woke, if we could have Exhibit 145 published.
Okay.
With your honor's permission. Thank you. We have up on the screens, and I know you went through this on direct, so I'm going to shortcut it. This is the tail light at the lab that you were talking about on direct, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's the tail light housing that you submitted to the lab that you had obtained from the Sallyport garage, right?
Yes,
And
correct.
just to cover quickly some basics, there was one swab taken that you mentioned on direct of that tail light.
Yes.
And you testified, if I remember correctly, on direct that you, well, it's better for you just, if you could with a pointer, is just show the areas you covered with that one swab.
So I collected the swab from any of the, what would have been exposed areas of the taillight when the taillight was intact.
And if you could please, just give like a perimeter full, I know it's not a circle, but whatever it is, just full perimeter so the jury can see the entire area that you swabbed.
Sure. It was this upper right-hand red area, this portion down here, I believe it's red. And then there's also a portion of clear area in the front here that was swabbed. And that was all contained on a single swab.
Thank you very much. So I want to keep this up if I could, Your Honor, but we can have the lights back on if that's acceptable. Just, so, thank you. In terms of the swabbing, you did not swab, therefore, any other area of that taillight, correct? Including the area to the left of where you just drew the circle, if you will, around, correct?
I would just say it's difficult from this picture to see if there's what would have been exposed when the may I finish? I'm sorry. I don't know specifically on the left from this picture if there's anything that would have been there prior to the damage. If there was an external area, it would have been included in my collection. So I just didn't include any of the internal components of the taillight. So if I'm missing a piece over there that would have been on the exterior, then I apologize. can't see it in the picture if it's there.
Let's just assume my discussion and my questions. You don't have to assume this. My questions are just with regard to the inside of the taillight, because you've very nicely governed and talked about the outside of the taillight as you described it, where you swab. Now I want to go to the areas that you didn't swab.
Okay.
Whatever you best can do to describe the areas of the taillight that you did not swab.
Okay.
And if you could use the laser pointer, if that
Sure.
helps you.
So I did not swab the internal areas of the taillight. So here where the light bulb would have been, or down here where it's gray.
And focusing on the more, is it okay to call it the inside part of the taillight? Is that acceptable?
Okay.
So the inside of the taillight, to be clear, you didn't swab that area.
No, I did not.
In terms of where you did swab, given that you swabbed with one swab the entire area, you are not able to say precisely where any DNA might have come from?
Just that it would have been present, if there was DNA present on that swab, it would have come from the external exposed area of the taillight, should the taillight have been intact.
But again, on the inside, because you didn't swab the inside, you had no evidence of DNA on the inside of the taillight, correct?
Correct. I did not swab the inside.
With regard to the, what we'll call the outside where you did swab as opposed to the inside where you didn't, you cannot define whether the DNA was to the upper right, to the outside of the taillight lens, or some other place in that area, correct?
No, I wouldn't be able to narrow down where on the external portion, external front. I mean, I didn't swab anything in the back that was attached to the vehicle. So anything in the external front, I would not be able to narrow down any further where, if any biological material was present, where it was recovered from, specifically on the external area.
You did not find any glass on the inside of the taillight, did you?
Are you referring to like loose pieces?
Any kind of glass at all?
I did not note anything unusual inside the taillight.
I'm speaking, thank you for that answer. I am speaking specifically about glass. You didn't find any glass on the inside of that taillight when you were at Sally Port for your entire inspection on February 1st, 2022, correct?
I'm just want to make sure that I understand your question. I didn't find anything that was not inherent to the taillight inside. I don't know what the taillight's made out of. So if there's a portion on the inside that's made out of glass, it may have been there. I didn't see anything that was out of place on the interior of the taillight.
So using your terms inherent, you mean by that something could have been on the inside of that taillight that was part of the taillight that could have been glass. But other than that, there's no what scientists call exogenous or outside glass or glass that doesn't belong as part of the taillight, correct?
I'm hesitant to answer that specific question. I don't perform glass analysis, so I just perform collection. So if there was something that apparently looked like glass that had been loose inside, is that's what you're referring to, I can answer that question. But I can't say specifically whether a material is glass.
I understand. My question is a basic one.
Okay.
Which is, you found no glass that would not be associated. Let me strike that. Did you ever observe in this taillight any glass as part of the taillight that's part of the taillight? Anything glass that you observed?
Again, I can't make the distinction on a material being glass, so I think the premise of the question I'm having difficulty answering.
Okay, so last part of the questioning, you didn't make any note that said you found glass inside of that taillight, correct?
I wouldn't make a note that something is glass inside a taillight because I can't draw a conclusion to what a material is, because that's just not part of the analysis I do.
And to wrap this part up, and then we can move on from this item, you didn't find any DNA on the inside of that taillight.
My analysis would not include DNA analysis because that is a different unit, so I can't answer that question.
To your knowledge, as you sit here today, is there any information from anybody that says that there's any DNA in that taillight?
I have no information of that.
Thank you. So what I want to do now is, if we can take that down, Mr. Wolk, I want to move on to what is sometimes referred to as touch DNA. I know you're familiar with that concept, right, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, that's correct.
And what is, for the jurors' understanding, what is touch DNA?
When skin comes into contact with an item, potentially skin cells can be left behind, which is commonly referred to as touch DNA, when in essence it's these skin cells from the person being transferred to another object or item.
So is this a fair example that if I walk by the podium and brush my hand against it like that, I could very well leave touch DNA on that podium for what I just did? Okay.
So stand without more of a foundation from this witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. So is it possible for me, as I'm sitting here talking, based upon your knowledge, to leave touch DNA on this podium?
Same.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. Are you familiar with the process by which a person can leave touch DNA on the surface?
Yes, I commonly defer to biological material because that is what my expertise is in. Skin cells can be transferred to an item, and skin cells can potentially provide DNA.
So do hands, palms of hands, produce skin cells?
Yes, they are made of skin cells,
And
correct.
if a hand is on, for example, a podium, can there be a transfer of skin cells to the podium?
Yes, there can be.
And therefore, can the hands on a podium that have skin cells transfer DNA?
Yes, again, I'm not a DNA expert, but generally that would be the source, would be skin cells. Could be, yes.
You also indicated that you collected apparent glass from the rear bumper of the Lexus, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you use the term apparent glass, as I understand forensic science, because at the time you're not really sure what it is, right? So you use the word apparent glass, and you can't take away the apparent until there's a confirmation that it is glass, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And on your direct examination, you went through a discussion, so I'm going to shortcut it a little bit, about apparent glass that you located on the rear bumper of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, with your permission, can we publish Exhibit 141, which is in evidence?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf? Ms. Hartnett, I'm showing you what is Exhibit 141 in evidence. And I know you know this, and I know it's been discussed. Could you just give a brief summary of what is depicted in Exhibit 141?
This is a close-up of the right rear area of the bumper where I noted the pieces of apparent glass.
And you remember discussing this on your direct examination?
Yes.
Now, I just want to cover some basics with regard that weren't covered on the direct examination. You're a specially trained person, and that's how you get your forensic scientist 2 title, correct?
Yes, it means that I've gone through all of the training within the lab.
In all that training and all of those procedures are important and necessary because the collection of evidence is important, correct?
That is one of the reasons, correct?
And if those protocols aren't followed, then that can lead to incorrect conclusions, correct?
Depending on what portion of the protocol isn't followed, but yes, it's
But
possible.
certainly, at a minimum, it increases the risk for an incorrect conclusion or observation, correct?
Again, it depends on what part of the protocol isn't followed, but it's possible.
I assume it's therefore important to you that the protocols are followed so that the best result and the best collection and therefore the best analysis occurs, correct?
I make every effort to follow the protocols.
Is the quantity of the material you observe and collect also relevant, perhaps not to you, but to other persons in the investigation?
Yes, it can be.
And therefore, it's important not only to get the type of material correct, but to get the quantity correct.
In some instances, yes.
And with regard to your work on this vehicle on February 1st, do you recall discussing the collection, the observations you made with regard to the rear bumper?
Did I I'm sorry, can you ask that question again, please?
On direct examination, you talked about glass on the rear bumper, correct?
Yes, apparent glass.
You talked about what you observed, you talked about what you put a sticker on, you talked about what you collected, you talked about the transport of it, correct?
That is correct.
And you put it in your notes and you talked about it on direct examination, I assume because it was an important part of the work that you did.
Yes, it was a piece of evidence that I collected, correct.
And therefore, it's important for you to have made correct observations and to make correct collection, correct?
Correct.
With your honor's permission, if we could publish Exhibit 133. If I could have a moment with Mr. Woke just to do this efficiently, Your Honor? Thank you. With your honor's permission, if Mr. Woke, you could zoom in on the stickers, right? So, Ms. Hartnett, on your direct examination, you stated that there were 2 stickers and that there were therefore glass associated with each sticker, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So 2 stickers and glass associated with each sticker, correct?
Yes, correct.
In fact, there's only 1 sticker, and the second sticker is merely a reflection of the first sticker, and therefore, you have doubled the stickers and you've doubled the amount of glass on the bumper. Can you see that? Can you determine that from the photo?
No, can I see the other photo, please?
Yes.
Okay.
So if we could, Your Honor, with your permission, go to Exhibit 133.
Okay.
You asked to see this one. Can you now make a determination, having seen both of them, whether there is in fact just 1 sticker and therefore 1 volume of glass associated with it?
No, I cannot. You're saying this is a reflection?
I can't testify,
Okay.
so I'm asking you. With your honor's permission, if we could go back to the other picture,
Okay.
and if you could zoom in. Do you see a reverse B in that picture?
I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
I'm sorry, a reverse B as in Bob?
No, could you zoom in on each of the stickers for me, please?
We'll do whatever you would like to do to answer the question, so.
Sure. And then if I could just see the other sticker, please.
Absolutely.
Yes, I believe that is a reverse B, correct?
And doesn't that mean that it's a mere reflection and that there's only one sticker that you put on, and therefore only one volume of glass associated with one sticker?
Can you say that question again? I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, I will stay by the microphone. Is this microphone picking up? So therefore, can you now conclude, because of the reflection and because of the reverse B, that there is only, in actuality, and there was only in actuality, one sticker and one B, and therefore one volume of glass associated with this bumper?
I don't know specifically that it's a reflection. It's not unusual for me to use the same letter on a sticker if I'm going to collect the items of evidence together. So if I had written it, on top or on the bottom of the scale on one of them and on the top of the scale on the other one, that is a possibility. It's difficult for me to tell by this picture. What I can tell you is that all the items of glass or apparent glass that were present on the bumper were collected together. So I can't say specifically by looking at this photo whether I just label two separate areas to make the photo show the pieces better or if it is a reflection. I can't say.
So from what we just went through, you're not able to tell that that is a reflection and therefore equalization, is that correct? Do you have any doubt whether there is a reflection on the photo that is on the screen at this moment? Do you have any doubt?
Oh, I would say it could be a possibility, yes.
Right, so you have doubt. So you believe it's a possibility?
Yes, correct.
Is it more than a possibility? You would agree that it's important to have the accurate answer to that question, correct?
I think that, yes, obviously, understanding and knowing exactly what I'm looking at is important, but it would not change what I would have collected and how I would have labeled it.
So with regard to what others might do and conclude from that, it could be important to them, correct? Let's go to we can go back to the none of these pieces of apparent glass were embedded in the bumper, correct?
No, they were resting on the bumper.
So by not being embedded and just resting on the bumper, you therefore did not make a notation that they were embedded in your notes. You just put that they were on the bumper, correct?
That's correct.
And sort of as we're elaborating here, you're elaborating, they were just, as your words, they were just resting on the bumper.
Correct.
If we could, if I may confer with Mr. Wolk on the video, thank you.
Do you need the lights on to do it?
10 seconds. we could go to Exhibit 124, Mr. Woke, and with your honor's permission, if we could publish it. Ms. Hartnett, there had been various weather before February 1st in the area. Is that correct? You testified to that somewhat on direct examination.
Yes, that's correct.
And are you able to discern from what is on the screen now that there is some type of precipitation that is on the back window of the lift gate of the vehicle?
Yes.
And is that consistent with what you observed when you were in the Sally Port on February 1st?
I don't believe I observed the precipitation on the back of the vehicle by the time I arrived.
But does this refresh your recollection as to whether there was in fact that precipitation on the vehicle at that time?
Can you ask it differently so you need it clearer?
Yes. Do you recall when you were at the Sally Port on February 1st, any precipitation on the rear window of the liftgate of the SUV?
No, I do not recall.
And does this depiction refresh your recollection on that point?
I'll allow that. Does it?
No, I don't recall seeing any precipitation on the vehicle, and I don't know when that photo was taken. So that does not refresh my memory of that instance.
Is there a date of January 29th, 2022 on that photo? And we can enlarge it if that would help. And again, this is in evidence. Do you see what is at the bottom of the photo?
I do.
Now, if we could play, with your honor's permission, this video. And if we could stop it at certain points, Mr. Wolf, that would be helpful. May we, your honor?
Okay.
Thank you. If you could wait, Mr. Wolk, until the sirens pass. Mr. Wolk, if you can go back just and wait until the sirens pass, please. Thank you. I think they passed. If you could accelerate it just a little bit, Mr. Wolk, without overly accelerating all that's happening. And accelerate it a little bit more. And that's good. And if you could bring, yes, thank you. We could have the lights on and take that down, please. Can you describe what you just saw?
Whatever the white material was present on the back of the vehicle was falling off
And where was it falling onto?
the ground.
And did it hit anything before the ground? For example, did it hit the bumper before it hit the ground?
I didn't take note of that.
That was on January 29th, 2022. You were at the Sally Port on February 1st, 2022, correct?
That's correct.
So that occurs on January 29. You come to the Sally Port on February 1st, yet there is glass on the bumper on February 1st that, as you have described it, is just perched on the bumper. Right.
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know generally where Dighton, Massachusetts is?
Yes.
Do you know where, and you obviously know where Canton is.
Yes.
How far away would you say Dighton is from Canton?
Time-wise, maybe 30 to 45 minutes.
And therefore, roughly, if someone were to go the speed limit, around 30 minutes away?
Sure.
Not holding you to any exact time, just generally. Your notes indicate that the vehicle was recovered from Dighton, the one we've been talking about, the Lexus, and towed back to Canton and placed in the Sally Port garage at the Canton PD before you started your examination, correct?
That's correct.
And you were made aware before your inspection or examination on on February 1st of 2022, that the alleged incident in this case took place in Canton, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So you knew you were looking at this vehicle, when you were looking at this vehicle and doing your examination, that the vehicle, by definition, as to what we had just covered, went from Canton to Dighton and then towed back from Dighton back to Canton, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So it ends up back in Canton after that journey, correct?
Yes, that's where I examined it. Correct.
So, as I understand your notes, the glass pieces that were just perched on the bumper would have traveled about 60 miles before you saw them?
Is that what you're saying?
No.
Well, when do you believe the glass appeared on the bumper, if you know?
I don't know when the apparent glass appeared on the bumper.
So you believe it's possible that the apparent glass appeared on the bumper after January 29, 2022?
Sustained.
Do you know the weather conditions that were in the area? We talked about it earlier, you talked about it on direct. In the general time of January 29th of 2022.
Yes, I do.
Do you know when the vehicle took its journey that we talked about, Canton, Dighton, back to Canton? Do you know what day that occurred?
No, I do not.
Would it have, let's assume it was on January 29th, okay?
Yes. Okay.
For purposes of my questioning. Do you know what the weather was, including wind speed, on January 29th?
No, I do not. I know general weather conditions. Sorry.
You knew generally, but not specifically, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to publish Exhibit 60 in evidence.
Okay.
And if you could go through to the top, Mr. Woke, of the title first. If you could go before that to the very, very top title in the center is to, so Ms. Hartnett can see what the, okay. And then if you could now go down to the part of the document that would show the date and then go from left to right for Ms. Hartnett, please, and the jury. And show which column go up above what the 29 relates to. And if you now then can proceed to the yellow line and go over to and hit the relevant categories. Thank you. So we have a 15.7. If you could now go up vertically as to what that number relates to. And can you highlight what it relates to? And if you could now go down to the, and go up above 1, just above the average, is to yellow highlight what's above the column up above average speed. Yes. Okay, if you now can go down to the respective columns at the bottom for January 29th. Do you see those two numbers, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection at all about the average wind speed and gusts of wind that were occurring on January 29th of 2022?
I have no firsthand knowledge of what the wind speed specifically was on those dates.
So if we could go back to Mr. Woke, the exhibit with regard to glass on the bumper of the vehicle that. So these are your observations on February 1st. And we've talked about the journey that the vehicle went on. You talked generally about the weather.
So, try and ask a question without too much.
I understand. Understood, Your Honor. Thank you. In your experience as a forensic scientist too, is it possible for glass that is perched on a bumper to travel 60 miles and be subject to average wind speeds of 15.7 and still remain on the bumper? Objection.
So it's sustained without a proper foundation.
Understood. Have you ever had experience with analyzing glass on any surface, an outdoor surface, and correlating that glass to weather conditions to make a determination as to the likelihood that glass could be or not be in a certain place on a certain date and time? Have you ever done that?
No.
Based upon what you know about this case, just based upon what you know, and from your role as a forensic scientist too only, do you believe that information would be relevant to your role as a forensic scientist too?
Sustained.
How did you recover the glass? What tool did you use to recover the glass on the bumper?
Tweezers.
How difficult or easy was it for you to take the glass off that bumper with, did you say tweezers?
Yes, that's correct.
How hard or easy was it for you to remove those pieces of glass with tweezers?
It was not difficult.
So it was easy.
Yes, correct.
You can take that down, Mr. Wolf. Thank you. Moving on to another category, Ms. Hartnett. You testified on direct examination that you located an apparent hair on the rear right quarter panel of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And again, we say apparent hair for the reasons we've discussed. You didn't know at the time, so you use the word apparent, and you don't take away the apparent until testing confirms it's hair, correct?
Correct.
So the apparent hair was not sitting on the horizontal bumper, but it was on a vertical portion of the panel. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's the quarter panel, right?
Yes.
And that's a smooth surface, right?
Yes.
That hair wasn't secured to that panel, was it?
No.
It in fact wasn't secured in any way on that quarter panel, correct?
That's correct.
It wasn't taped?
No.
It wasn't glued? It wasn't stapled?
No.
It was not affixed in any way whatsoever?
No, it was not.
You found this apparent hair at the same time you found the glass pieces on the bumper, correct?
In the same general time, yes, that's correct.
When you say same general time, it was just one day you were there, correct?
Yes.
The range of time wasn't that broad, was it, correct?
No, it was not correct.
What was the range of time between finding one versus the other?
I don't know specifically. I was there for approximately 2 hours, so within that time
So
period.
within just 2 hours, you found the pieces of glass and the apparent hair, and within that time, you did your examination, you made your notes, all of that done within just 2 hours.
Yes, that's correct.
You remember the journey we talked about of the vehicle that you spoke about with regard to Canton, Dighton, Canton? You recall that?
Yes, I do.
So do you know whether, do you have any knowledge whether that hair was part of that journey? Do you have any knowledge?
I do not.
Do you know when the hair was deposited on the vehicle?
No.
Was it easy or hard to take off the apparent hair from that quarter panel?
It was easy. Again, I picked it up with a pair of tweezers.
Didn't give you any resistance?
No.
With your honor's permission, I would like us to look at a depiction of the hair. May I, your honor?
What exhibit number?
It is, I believe we're going to start with 144B.
Okay.
And if you could zoom in, please, Mr. Wolf, for the jury and for Ms. Hartnett. Do you still have a laser pointer, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, sir.
Could you kindly use that and draw a circle around the apparent hair?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to refer to that as a J shape. Is that a fair description of it, or do you have a better description of it?
I see two ends of the hair and an arch, so I'm going to say more of like a C shape.
Okay, so you would refer to that as a C shape?
Correct.
And would that be a reverse C? Then if it's a C shape?
In that picture, it's difficult to tell if the ends are making contact or if they're coming off the vehicle. So I'm not sure.
Whatever way you would describe it, a letter or shape, because then what I'm going to do, just, it's not a trick here, but
Yeah.
I'm just going to show you another picture of it, of that hair that might be in a different location or different shape. So I want to give a contrast. So whatever term you want to use that's fair to you.
So I think it looks like a C. I can't say, I don't, it could also be like a U. I'm not sure which way the ends are facing from this perspective.
Can you once again, just so we're clear and the jury's clear, just draw a circle around it again, what you're talking about, and we won't give it a name, right? We'll just do the contrast. Right.
Okay.
So if I were to just say there looks like there might be a little hook at the top and then there's a vertical line, is that a fair description?
Yes.
Okay, so can we go with that? A little hook at the top and then a straight or a line, that vertical line that comes down?
Sure.
And
yes.
that hook is orienting left, correct? Of the vertical line, it's to the left of the vertical line?
Yes, I do see it from this perspective to the left. That's
Okay,
correct.
very good. And that's the apparent hair.
Yes.
And you only saw or found one apparent hair, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, if we could, Mr. Wolk, now go to Exhibit 144A. And if you could zoom in on that for Ms. Hartnett and the jury's benefit. Could you draw a circle now around the apparent hair? Thank you. And isn't that apparent hair now oriented almost 180 degrees, the opposite, with the hook orienting right?
The photo's taken from a different angle, so do you see the hook? Are you talking about the hook at the top? Looks now, it appears to be on the right, but I can't, they're taken from different angles, sure.
How do you know they're taken from different angles? Did you take the picture?
No.
Are you speculating that it's taken from a different angle?
I mean, I'd have to see them side by side, but it's just the orientation of the, my marking. Can you put them up side by side?
Absolutely.
Okay.
If that would be helpful to you answer your questions, happy to do.
Potentially, yes, thank you.
Mr. Wolf? Maybe we zoom in if possible to each one, so we get it. Would that be helpful? We zoom and get a side by side of the.
I mean, even from the overalls, I can tell that they're taken.
Let's start with the overall
Okay.
first, that you would like, and then we can. Okay, is that where you wanted to start?
Yes, just by looking at those, to me, it looks like one is from slightly to the side of the vehicle and one is more directly head on.
Right, so one's slightly to the side and the other's a little bit more head-on, but that's the only difference, correct? It's
Yes.
still the same from top to bottom, it's still the same from side to side, it's the same orientation, correct?
The vehicle didn't move, but the camera angle is different in both pictures. That's what I was saying in the other one. So the camera angle is different. The one camera angle appears for who's ever taken the photo to be standing off to the right of the vehicle. The second photo looks like it's more directly head on.
The 570 is oriented the same way in both pictures, correct? You see the 570?
Yes, yes.
On the left, and you see the 570 on the right, correct?
Yes, I do.
They're same orientation, right?
They're in the same location on the vehicle, but I don't think they're at the same orientation. I think one looks.
If you could, I want to make sure you finish, but if you could just, my questions are rather narrow.
Okay.
And then if you need more time to answer them, I'm happy to do that.
So let's just ask a
Yes,
question.
thank you, Ron. So isn't the 570 in each picture oriented the exact same way?
If you could just explain what you mean by oriented, I think that's where I'm confused.
They're the same, you can read the 570 horizontally. It's the same horizontal plane, correct? It's the same straight across, like one doesn't have the 570 upside down. You can read it from left to right, a 5, a 7, and a 0, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Now, if we can, Mr. Woke, now zoom in and get the largest depiction of each one from a zoom in. Are you saying the difference in how that hair appears is from a different camera angle?
No, I'm not making that conclusion. I'm just saying I can't make I can't make any other conclusion because they're from different angles. I don't feel that I can compare the two.
Is it possible that the hair moved when someone took a photograph?
Can you answer that question?
Again, I just can't make that conclusion because I didn't take the photo and the photos look like they're from different angles.
In your experience, you've taken samples many times of apparent hair, correct?
Have I taken samples
Yes.
such as that? Yes, that's correct.
Has it ever happened that when you're taking a sample, the photographer or someone breathes on it and the apparent hair moves? Does that ever happen?
I'll allow that.
I've never had firsthand experience with that. So that if somebody breathes on an item of evidence, that would be something I would note.
Other than, and is it correct that you're speculating as to what could be causing this difference? Are you speculating?
Sustained. I'd like to see counsel at sidebar for a couple of minutes, please.
The mess in this trial is crazy, y'all. I'm gonna have to go back and rewatch some things. I'm trying to season this little chicken up for these folks because I ain't fed them in 2 days. Yeah, I ain't fed the folks over here in a couple days, so they kind of. But I did go buy them some cookies and some fruit snacks. I ordered them some today because they've been without, so maybe that'll make up for my lack of cook. Bev is absolutely ready to go home. It is 3:51 her time, and so you know that means it is time to go home. I need to get absolutely time to go. Bev ain't trying to hear that. No pancakes, no food. They've been eating ramen noodles and ravioli, hot dogs. They've been eating. Hey, I mean, they've been eating, but I just ain't been feeding. They've been feeding themselves and their siblings. They've been feeding themselves because my team been crazy, y'all. When I get off work, I don't be trying to fool with them folks. Them folks, aka my kids. I don't be trying to fool with them. So they most definitely but I'm gonna feed them good today. I got some chicken legs. I'm finna bake these chicken legs for them. Cook them a little cabbage. They getting a box macaroni today because it is Tuesday. Okay, I ain't baking no macaroni today. Cook them up with some box macaroni. I might even make them a few sweet potatoes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission.
Sure, you
we
can put it
that-
back up on the screen.
Thank you.
Ooh, they be having
Thank you for your patience, Ms. Hartnett. Do you have any explanation that you're certain of with regard to those two depictions?
Regarding what, sir? I'm sorry.
The two depictions that are up on the screen,
Do I have any explanation of what?
of those two depictions that you're certain of?
Those are both a depiction of the same apparent hair that I collected from the vehicle.
Thank you.
All right, so turn on the lights, please. Jurors, I'm told with counsel this is a good place to break. So we're going to break for today. Please, those same cautions, do not discuss this case with anyone. Do not do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. Please be very careful with your social media use. We'll see you tomorrow. Ms. Hartnett, we need you back tomorrow as well.
Thank you.
So you can walk out at the end of the meeting.
Damn. When I say I was reading my heart out, I was reading the shit out of my heart. Did y'all see it? This spent 20 minutes reading. Because I couldn't see, y'all. Oh, Lord. Auntie, they need them biscuits because they ain't getting none. I might make them a little cornbread. He talking about bless her heart. Because I just went through the slums to get y'all all that information. Where is Beta at? Is Beta in here? I just went through the slums to get y'all all that information. Jeez. She said they ain't heard a thing. And when I say I read that fluently. Baby. This one she was talking about the free calls. We found out who Mia is too. I was reading my heart out. It's juicy information too. It is. Okay, so remember they was on the flight. They came back. Okay, they came back. They was talking about Mia, right? And they was worried about if Mia was gonna testify or not, et cetera, et cetera. She come back, they sit down. Now you got to remember that they not showing everything to everybody. Only the witness, Cassie, and the jury is seeing exhibits. I have a binder for the court. The gallery will not be able to see these exhibits. Miss Ventura, I will show you some exhibits 2A through 404. Who is this? She worked for Sean. We will call her Mia. When you gave your devices to the government, were they working? No, they were broken. Put up 602-A for Miss Ventura and the jury only. What's on your skin? Oil. When did Sean first hurt you physically? It started the first year. What staffers were present when Sean was physical with you? Objection. Physical is vague. Punching, hitting. When Sean first used violence on you, in New York City, we were in a car with his security and he knocked me around. What did he do? He hit me in the side of the head. I fell to the floor of his Escalade, basically. In January of 2009, did you attend an event in LA with Sean? Yes. What happened as you left? I'd been speaking to a producer about music. Sean called me a slut. I hit him in the face. I had been drinking. Did you see any injuries? No. I was on the floor of the car. He stomped on my face. How long did it last? 10 minutes. Then I tried to get away, but Sean's security brought me back. Who? Roger Bonds. What did they tell me? Go to a hotel. They snuck me into a hotel, covered me up so no one could see my face. How long were you in the hotel? A week, a little more. An assistant brought me ice cream. What was the assistant's name? Genevieve. Did you feel you could leave the London hotel? No, I understood his capability, his access to guns, the threats he made. When were you taken to the hotel after the assault? When were you taken to the hotel after the assault? No. Did you know that this assault incident was reported? I know there was a blind item on the internet without our names. Who raised the blind item to you? My mother. Objection. Not for the truth. Overruled. This was before FaceTime was very popular, so I could hide myself. She asked if it was me. What did you say? No, I did not want my mother to know something of that magnitude and be in danger. When you went to a party with your girlfriends, what happened? I saw executives from BT. Then I heard Sean was there. What did you do? I left. I ran out as fast as I could. Why? I thought he was angry. Did he come to the hotel where you were staying? Yes, he beat me up and called me names. My face was bruised. This photo, who is it? Scott Miscuddy, known as Kid Cudi. We dated in 2011. Did Sean find out? Yes, in my phone. Sean went through my phone during a freak out and he found an email about what? Taking my toiletry bag to Scott's the next day. Sean put a wine opener in his hand and threatened me. I called Scott on a burner phone. Where did you go? To Scott's house. Then I talked with Capricorn Clark, one of Sean's assistants. Then what? I went to the house Sean was staying at. He told me he would release videos. So his videos and hurt Scott and I. What videos? Freak off videos of me. Sean kicked me in the back. I got a bruise. Where do you go? To my hotel with my burner phone. The room was torn up. Someone peed all over the floor, pooped in the toilet, and didn't flush it. It was gross. This was just before Christmas. I sent an email to my mom in Capricorn from my flight to Boston and Connecticut. What did you write? That Sean said he would release the tapes of me on Christmas, and he'd have Scott. I think that's what she's trying to say. That he had Scott and I hurt. She said he would be out. He said he would be out of the country then. So basically, he'd hurt them and run and leave the country. What are these photographs? My mother took there in Connecticut of the bruises on my back. Were you entirely honest with your mother about the bruises? No. I said this was the first time. Did you tell her about the freak offs? No. Is it possible to take a break? Yes. So they took a break. They came back. Any estimate, an hour more. The goal is to finish direct and allow the start of cross-examination today. Bring the witness and the jury back in. The jury came in. Did anyone come to see you in Connecticut? Scott did for a few days. I broke it off with him. It was too dangerous. Objection, overruled. Sean said he would hurt both of us. Where did you go after Connecticut? I went to see Sean and he was in Arizona, his son, college. I told my mother I was going to LA for work. Did Sean talk about Scott's car? Sean said he wanted Scott's friends to see Scott's car blown up. What happened next? We met, Sean, Scott, and me. Scott said, what about my vehicle? And Sean said, what vehicle? And that was the end of the meeting. Put up the photo. What's this? Me and Sean in Kingston, Jamaica for Sound Clash. Were you bruised? Yes. And this photo, what is it? Me in Sean's bathroom, September 18, 2015. What are you doing there? Recuperating from being beaten up by Sean in Las Vegas. We were having an after party in our suite. I talked to a producer and Sean tapped me on the shoulder, called me into our room and beat me. He kicked me as I tried to hide behind the toilet. What stopped it? D-Rock and James Cruz came in. It made D-Rock sad. What are these communications? From D-Rock to me, he said, where you at? It's time to ice your face. Why? I had just been beaten up by Sean. Were these all the times he beat you? No, there were more. With who else did you see Sean be violent? I saw him drag an assistant out of bed. I saw him punch Eli in the head. One time in Turk and Caicos, he dragged a person. I believe we had a freak off in Turk and Caicos. What floor did you live on in 875 Comstock? The 17th floor. Did a friend stay with you? Yes. Sean came and held her and threw her on the patio furniture out on the balcony. I saw Sean bring her back in from over the balcony, then throw her on the patio furniture. And Carrie Morgan, I saw Sean hit her in the back of the head. I saw Sean hit her in the head, excuse me. Did you get drugs on your own? Occasionally, occasional drug dealers, opioids, Xanax, Valium. Sean would put the pills in a vitamin C bottle on the sink in the New York apartment. He said you can take them. He had doctors who would write scripts in the names of assistants or in my name. Your brother's birthday parties in Connecticut in 2013, what happened? My mother told me someone was taking pictures of me. I went and punched her in the head. You testified your relationship with Sean ended in 2018. How was your health? I was sleepwalking. I had PTSD. Objection, overruled. What's that? A photo of my front door in 2018. Published to the jury. Why is there a knife there? Sean was coming around a lot, so I had it. August of 2018, what happened? We were having a closure conversation at a restaurant in Malibu. He was trying to convince me to go to the Burning Man. Were you seeing anyone? My now husband. What happened next? Sean came to my house and raped me on the living room floor. His eyes were black. It was like taking something from you. You cried. What did Sean do? He continued and finished inside me. Then he got up and left. Did you ever have sex with him again? Yes, voluntarily. We had a good night. I went back to his house. Can you explain why you did that after he raped you? We had been together for 10 years. Who did Who did you stay in touch with? Most people, though, I pulled away. What did you message Sean about after that? Just checking in. What did he send you? That he had iPads full of images to get his money. Money back for what? I had for having paid my now husband to be my trainer. What did you write back? Do you want me to tell the truth? It's much deeper than iPads. There was abuse, more than free costs. There was a time I couldn't take the pain. I tried to walk out in traffic. My husband wouldn't let me. I had trauma therapy. Did you write a book with chapters? My mom helped. What did you want with the book? That Sean read it. What pain did Sean put you through? Shame. To carry things that were shameful for him. I took on a lot of responsibility that I never should have. He brought the concept to me when I was 22. It was expected of me. I felt terrible. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mia is one of his assistants that collected her devices. Yep. And then it says, how did you get chapters to Sean? Through my attorney. I reached out to KK. I asked her if he read it. She said it was not taken seriously. Okay, sorry. It was not taken seriously. How much did you ask for the book? 30 million. Did you sue in November of 2023? What happened with the lawsuit? It settled for 20 million in 24 hours. Why are you testifying in this trial? I can't carry this anymore. It's what's wrong is wrong. I tried people like they were disposable escorts. Anybody? How many freak offs did you have with Sean? Impossible to know. Hundreds. After you broke up with Sean, did you ever do a freak off? No. No further questions. Sidebar. Yep. So y'all know that Steele is doing the cross examination, though, right? What's up, sweet thing? Y'all know Steele is doing the cross examination, right? So, yeah. I don't think, but and I get that too, D Wood. I don't think he was unbeknownst to it because he was the trainer. He was around. He had a job to do. You know what I'm saying? It ain't like Diddy ain't know who her trainer was. He knew who her trainer was, and when he found out that they was dating, that's when he got upset. So it's like I don't feel like he didn't know. You know what I'm saying? I feel like he knew what he was getting himself into, messing with her. You know what I'm saying? But baby, he said he's sticking beside her because you know he wasn't under an NDA either. She was, and I believe that's why they pulled him out the courtroom because there was some tweets that went out by him. Sorry, I'm trying to get my chicken in the oven now. Oh dang, my little bell pepper that went bad. I need to get another. My little Marty messed up my little pepper bag. Marty be out here messing with stuff. You know what I'm saying? I think he knew. I absolutely think he knew beforehand. He probably was there to witness stuff and some more. Because he he had been around. Give me some butter. And some chicken broth. Another man could never touch me again. I'm sorry, baby. Baby. The grooming was real though. Like, thank you. The grooming was real. Yeah, the grooming was real on that. So I guess we just gonna wait to see if I'm holding us here for a minute. We're gonna wait to see if we're gonna get some of Attorney Steele's cross-examination, because I believe he was the one making the objections. And so if I read that right, keep me honest, Shay. I know you over there on Twitter with me too. I believe he was the one making the objections, and so he's likely going to be the one that crosses her, which I think is good because he'll be able. His style is very gentle. He doesn't have like a, he doesn't have a very hard or rough style. So I think his I have to pick it up for me because why her cup still sitting over here? I don't know. So what she say? She's reliving it all again. So it makes sense to me why he shouted her out at the last VMA. He intended it as a threat. Mm-hmm. Yup. Yup. Sure did. Yep. And it's all these people that's around that's witnessing that really feel like they can't do nothing or they not gonna do nothing, and they just kind of aiding. Not kind of, they are aiding the abuse because it's time to ice your face. Come on, Mike, get me out of here. At this point, we need to be trying to start an underground railroad and get me up out of Dodge. Huh? Ma, you ain't come and say hi? Look at your hair. Your hair grew. Your hair grew. Yeah. You got some inches over there, girl. Check you out. It look good. You real Bob like. Yeah, I'm not trying to do for you to get separated up here. What's separated? On the front. Oh, okay. See you later. My mom just came by, y'all. Drop off my check. So let me tell y'all a little bit about me while we wait on this these other tweets, y'all. So back when I was a young whippersnapper, I used to drive around I had a car, and baby, the amount of tickets that I racked up on was crazy. And I was just like going through a phase. And baby, I used to be getting arrested for traffic tickets all the time. Spending weekends in jail. Because hey, loving, spending weekends in jail because I didn't pay tickets. I don't got no license. It's suspended, everything. She gone now, but I'm gonna tell her next time, D Wood. And so in St. Louis, in Missouri, I don't know if it's just St. Louis or if it was Missouri as a whole. There was a big lawsuit with the municipal court, and it was like a class action suit. And so they've been sending me checks from the times that I was locked up, y'all. They didn't send me a second check. So my mom just brought it. She just brought it on over here. Yes, y'all. She just brought my little check on over here. I ain't shy. The first little check was like $800. I was like, okay, cool. She done brought me another little check. It's like $1,700. All right, come on. They want to send another one. I'm with it because they definitely took a lot of good. A lot of my good weekends away. Okay. They took a lot of my good weekends away. So if they want to compensate me, you know what I'm saying? For my time. You know what I'm saying? Go on and send me that little money back. Cause I'll take it. I ain't mad about it. Okay. I probably wasn't gonna be doing nothing but getting drunk anyway. I was just outside doing Lord knows what, child. I was a trouble. Was really troubled when I was 18, 19. It was crazy. All right, y'all. Let's see if cross-examination actually started for okay, with the jury out. Why don't we put our cross-examination until tomorrow? We like to start now to be finished. Miss Estavo, she will be finished by the end of the week. So no cross today. We'll just make up the time in other ways. Get the jury. The witness can be excused. Okay. So it looks like they are going to go ahead and not do cross-examination of Cassie today. Sorry to bring you out and send you home. Don't read anything about the case. Just have a good evening. I'll rise. Jury exit. Miss Comey. Here's what the defense sent to us about Rule 412. We believe we had agreed that other sexual acts by the witness were not admissible, but we understand they intend to cross-examine her about other relationships with texts about sex, about Miss Ventura fucking someone else. Why is that necessary? So yeah. So that's the thing. Let me see if we even got some box macaroni for y'all for the folks. Yeah, get you a pot. Get you some water in the pot. I need to cut up this. I'm gonna cut this cabbage up real quick. Yeah, I'm gonna cut this cabbage up before I go get more of it real quick. And then put them juice. Put that juice in the refrigerator.
Right. This sauce pot. Oh, this sauce.
Nah, you need a bigger one. Yeah, you can put macaroni in it. Her history should come in as well. I think it should. I think it does too. I think what they're going to. I don't know. I don't know. Yep. Give me the is it in here? Yeah. Yeah, I think her history comes in as well. Let's see, y'all. We're gonna hit the refresh and see if we got a little bit more tea. on how or me? Don't cut it on. Jeez. It's like I got this other knife that works so good, but this one is not working the way I need it to work. Okay, let me see. I don't want to read these into records, so I'll hand copies of defense. These are messages about jealousy. The vocabulary of "are you effing that person" is fair game. This is the real world way people express hurt. This is the real way. Okay. This is the real world way people express hurt. Okay. Real world way. That was a little tongue twister for me. Y'all know I ain't used to know. I can't understand why it's so hard to cut the cord. If I had my good knife, I wouldn't be having issues, but clearly my good knife is gone. Now I don't understand why. I need my good knife, a good cabbage cutting knife. Right, here we go. There we go. These look, try to, yeah, these are good knives. This knife is a piece of shit. It don't cut. Sorry, y'all. I'm aggravated about this knife. It ain't cutting it. Okay. Yeah, nothing warrants the beating she took. Yeah. I don't think it's about the abuse though. I think it's just about her. I think it's gonna be more about her willingness to participate. Because they're selling consenting adults. And that aggression maybe wasn't on just one side of the spectrum. I think that's what they're gonna try to do. I say my kids throw away because they don't want to wash dishes. Some going on because why is my good knife gone? Miss DV, my good knife is gone. I don't understand why. Do not. I'm over here struggling to feed these folks. I could not feed them. You know, that's an option too. Somebody might call the people on me. They might. Yep, and we paper plate people over here too. I'm talking about I have the whole setup. It still be dishes though. But they wash dishes every day. Somebody do washing them or putting them up, one or the other. Oh, okay, here we go. What did it say? The rule requires that this be sealed. Let's proceed without specifics. Are you effing that person? It's just a vulgar way of asking, are you cheating? Both sides opened on infidelity. This is not rule 412. So it's a little courtroom spectacle going on right now, y'all. So what I'll do is I may just come back. Oh, shoot. Did I chop my little finger? No, I ain't chop it. I'll just come back when we got full context this evening after I get done cooking for the folk. And we'll have a conversation about it. Probably around like 8. Fine China here too. You said your good knife might be put away somewhere, not in its regular spot. I don't have no idea where my good knife is. I don't know where my good one at. These kids didn't did something with it. I don't understand. Oh, y'all know what? I'm gonna be on Spaces tonight. There's a Spaces that's getting ready to kick off over on Twitter. Are y'all on Twitter? Okay, because if you're not on Twitter, that's actually where I'm gonna tell you. I'm actually gonna tell y'all to go over there. That's what we're gonna do tonight. We're gonna be on Spaces. Because yeah. She said, yes, I love Spaces. Auntie hosting the Spaces tonight. Y'all know Auntie that popped in her, Auntie Joy. She hosting the Spaces tonight. And so come on over to Spaces. I'm gonna see y'all. I ain't hip to that. What is it? So I don't know if you remember Clubhouse, if you had a Clubhouse during COVID, but it's basically like a Twitter live, and everybody just up there with their pictures, and you kind of like move around, and everybody kind of talk about the topic. So today we're gonna be talking about Diddy stuff. So I think if we give it an hour, quarter be over, we'll have the rest of the context for whatever they're arguing about, and then we could it'll be an open conversation. We can listen in, and then you can chime in while we are talking about it, or we can talk about it some more when we come over here and when we got a lot of more. So get you a Twitter, D Wood, and come find us. Get you a Twitter and come find us. All right, y'all. I'm finna go pick up Marley. It is 3:40. I got my chicken in the oven. We got cabbage cut up. We got macaroni water on the stove with the handle facing out. That needs to be turned to the other way. Turned the other way. So that's not right. Do we got some corn? I'm making. You want some sweet potatoes? You want some corn? She wants some corn. I want some sweet potatoes. I guess I'm gonna think about it. I got Twitter. That's what I'm saying, D Wood. You gotta come over to Twitter. I'm Taylor Umbridge on Twitter. Come follow me so I can follow you back. And then and follow Shay too. And when I go into Spaces, you're gonna be able to see it. All right, y'all. I'm finna go. I'm gonna see y'all later.